butts.
The
But-
button, because there's just the word butts in my ears so loudly. Hello. Oh, everything's broken. Oh boy. Well.
I was about to say.
Well.
Everything.
Oh. Ah.
Oh.
Cool. When
Ah.
Dear
Dear Lord.
Wait.
Okay. There, yes. Are we? Well, hold on.
Not captions, I don't think.
Yep. It. Uh-huh. 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 Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Oh, man.
You sure are making noises.
I have a talent, an affinity even, for making noises. Let's see if did that fix it? That fixed it.
Yep, that fixed it.
Perfect.
Think quick, thick ass. Give him whiplash. That's a test.
Did it? Yeah.
For the captions. I think it worked.
Yeah.
Yep, it worked. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It worked for me, personally. Oh boy, we are back. We're back. Thank you for the resubs, Ginger and Jake. Very excited to be back for this one. Chris will not be joining us for this episode, but we will have our resident himbo tie back in the very near future. Whew. Before we begin, just a couple things. Very first thing, top of the order, a sort of, not resolution, but intention that I have for 2022 is to value my work a little bit better. So if you've been enjoying Stormborn's Curse, any of the other things you've seen me in, whether it's been DMing for Ascension, which was the one shot that we did in December over on Kristen's channel, or for Mission Impossible, which was for Pride December on another channel. If you saw me in either of those, or you like Stormborn's Curse, or even the other gaming content we did, because we just did a massive Jedi Fallen Order stream that was very, very fun, and we will be picking that up soon. I have a tip page over on Ko-Fi. I believe if you do !tip, it will appear in chat. But it is ko-fi.com/dauntless. And if you like what I do, you want to help me pay a couple bills, throw a little something my way to help me upgrade equipment, which I am looking at doing very, very shortly. That always helps. Never necessary, but always appreciated. The next thing is that we are trying to kick off Stormborn's Curse much harder than we did last year. I am notoriously bad at remembering to tweet about the show that I do every Friday, but we are going to try and make an intention to do that more. So if you like Stormborn's Curse and you've been hanging out with us, whether you were here from the beginning or you joined us somewhere along the way, and you want to boost either our going live tweets or the tweets that we make when we're offline, just promoting the show, that's always appreciated. We would love new friends to come in, hang out with us, and get invested in these wonderful characters and the trials they're facing, the things I put them through. So, with that being said, quick recap that I'm going to attempt. Last session was a lot of talking, to put it shortly. Renori and Raven finally had the conversation that had been sort of skirted around for a little while. The tension between the two of them about Raven not... When Raven was contacted by Mephisto a while ago, and Mephisto had set an ultimatum. Either you can deliver me the stones, and I'll even make it sweet for you. I'll give you a throne, and I'll protect you. Or you don't, and you die. And Raven had to take some time to think on the decision, so she sought counsel, although vaguely, with a number of people around the ship, trying to kind of piece together what her life would be like after cutting loose that tether. And in the end, she did. And she forfeited her warlock pact, and now has no magic to her name, and she is just on her own in that sense. Nori had found out about this during the reveal of Tessa's misdeeds, and it had stuck, and the pot sort of finally bubbled over. And I don't want to call it a fight. We'll say altercation occurred.
I did accidentally tell you to shut up last.
Oh, we're getting there. an altercation, a
Which
confrontation.
I'm still embarrassed about. But
I want a clip of it, and I will do it myself if it doesn't exist already.
Oh God.
Where Renori and Raven were going back and forth, and Casper was also present. And when I tried to take us to break, Sarah, in the most beautiful character moment I had ever seen, assumed I was interjecting as Casper, and yelled at me to shut up. And it made my life. It made my entire year. It was the best. It was the best thing that ever happened to me. It was just so funny. But that, I would say that got resolved. And there are other tense conversations that happened. Boomstick and Raven had a somewhat strange, tense conversation, which Boomstick blew up. No pun intended. Over her perceived mistreatment of Tessa. Apparently the gifts, which we still have not opened, but the gifts that Tessa had given to Faustus and Raven to ask them if they would like to date more formally, which Tessa had tossed overboard, it was revealed that some component of that would have been daggers for both of them. And Boomstick apparently helped Tessa craft those. And they spent weeks on it, and Boomstick explained, albeit angrily and not very clearly, that she was hurting for Tessa's sake and everything, but she actually revealed to Tide later, after Raven told her to stay in her lane, that it wasn't really about Tessa after all, that she was very, very concerned about Raven losing somebody who was still willing to be in her corner even after the heartbreak she endured. Boomstick also revealed that to Tide, kind of in the heat of the moment, that she was going to tell Raven her secret, which, if you remember, only Tide knows, Boomstick is actually a fire genasi. Nobody else knows this yet, and of course Tide is not here, so that's fun. Among other conversations and moments that happened, but we ended the session with a sort of Casper had started to not necessarily piece together, but run up against the barrier of knowledge between our current party and himself, because he chose not to remember when Istis guided us into a new timeline, and the lack of information and, I don't know, saying you know what and you know who in front of him repeatedly for like 2 days was really starting to get to him. And he confronted Renori, Raven, and Tide about it. Like, what's up? And Renori did not lie. She explained that everybody had come over from an alternate universe. And Casper made the decision not to remember and told them not to tell him anything when the shift occurred. Of course, now Casper is barking up that tree because he doesn't feel he made that commitment. He walked away to have some time to think, and short after, Tessa barged into the captain's quarters, and they shut the door. Renori and Raven burst in not a few minutes later, maybe like 3 minutes later, and we're having we're met with a bit of icy reception, as Casper told them what they were talking about was a private conversation, asked what they needed, and Renori, Raven, and Tide was there too. Tide made some snarky comments about Renori, he wouldn't treat his girlfriend that way. Casper snapped. Renori went outside and went to sit on the railing to kind of just be angsty, as one does. The ship began to rock a bit more, and as the waves picked up, Renori lost her balance and fell over the side of the Seahawk and into the waves below. We're not going to open the session with that because, it would be as spicy. We're actually going to begin the session with Faustus. Faustus, you have not moved in basically a day. It is You are currently holed up in one of the more shallow cargo holds. It's got like a lattice wooden top that kind of opens and shuts like a hatch, but it's a lot larger. It's been pretty much entirely covered with a tarp, but little bits of light still filter through, and there's little bits of dust kind of twirling through the space. You can hear the waves and the movements of crew members above you, but they just sound distant and far away. The darkness in here is a comfort. Lilith has been with you the entire time, just sort of coiled as close as possible as you spend your time in this space. Oh, there goes Sarah.
It just keep going. It'll
Yep.
be fine.
Okay.
It'll be fine.
Yeah. And I am just going to remind you, because you haven't been here for a little bit, that you do still have those packages from Tessa. But you are, yes, you're in this hold. You are aware that this amount of time has passed for you, but you're in the cargo hold. And what would you like to do?
I can't remember if... I think the answer is no, but I don't remember if I opened either of those packages after retreat. I didn't. Okay, so during that time that he's down there, he definitely opened both of them.
Both?
They are.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Finally! I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting for this moment. Okay. You open the packages. They're about, I would say, like this sort of size. I hope that's a good enough comparison there. I can't think of an object that size to compare that to, but maybe about a football size, a little bit smaller. And as you unwrap the sort of wax paper and twine that they're entangled in, you see 2 jewelry boxes. I'm going to describe yours first, because it's very apparent that yours is yours. Before you is a black, sort of tall jewelry box, octagonal in shape, with the drawers along the front, 3-ish sides, numbers, whatever. The entire thing is very obviously handmade, but the amount of detail is honestly breathtaking. It is painted a sleek black with silver vines and small, very delicate gold detailings. Very not gaudy, but just beautiful to look at, and it kind of shimmers a little bit in the faint light in here. The top of it is this lid that does kind of pull up on a hinge, but the handle of the box is a dagger hilt, and you would know, you're very familiar with it. And you see it just coming out. And then at the very end of it is just a small pearl on the hilt and this dagger that goes inside. The box has just an F in curlicue on the front that almost blends in, made of the same vines that decorate the box. The tiny drawers don't really have anything in them, but they're big enough to maybe hold a vial, small trinkets, etc., etc. Are you going to open it up, or...?
Yes. I open it.
This is a win for
traps.
me.
I open it. I assume it's not trapped and I open it.
No, that would be a very hilarious long con, but no. You open the box, and it does, like, the wooden lid pulls open with the dagger inside, so you actually, as you open it, see the blade as it passes down into the wood. And just... the space is very, like, it's not quiet, but it's quiet enough. And as you open it, a faint melody begins to play. It's not one that you recognize, but it's a beautiful, just gentle lullaby. And in front of it, in front of the blade, which forms this backdrop, and you can see the blade itself has, like, beautiful engraving on it, there is, it's a little, almost like 1.5 to 2 inches tall, a tiny Faustus made of wood. Hand painted, and you can see the almost like a little like those the anatomy dolls in like high school art classes. It almost looks like that, but it's hand painted. You can see the black streaks. This is obviously before your appearance has changed, but you can see the black of the hair, and the doll moves. It spins in place where it's set on a little spring, but thanks to the help of springs and some cleverly placed wire, this doll, as it rotates, throws a blade up in the air and catches it. And on your shoulder, Lilith opens her wings and closes it. And you can see enfolded in the little space here, it's like a small space that divots in where you could put more stuff. There is a folded piece of parchment that says Faustus. The other box I will get to because it's almost identical, but
Definitely, as soon as he like starts to open the box and it makes like music, he like clamps it shut. And is like, shh, like looks around and then like slowly opens it up again and lets the music play and looks at it.
yeah, it's
And I think he
beautiful.
picks up the note that says Faustus on it
Mm-hmm.
and just kind of looks at it and then tucks it away,
Mm-hmm.
seals it closed, and then opens the other box.
Other box
Look at it.
is almost the same, but this one is a deep, deep blue. Almost the ocean, to compare it to the ocean wouldn't do it such justice. This is a custom pigment. And it's got silver on it and just various patterns and everything, but you see a sort of repeating motif of the moon. And then you see also just like sparkles and the stars. It looks like it's painted to resemble the night sky, no matter where you look at it. Same sort of setup. A dagger in the top that acts as a handle that could be removed from the box itself. And as you pop it open, the same sort of setup with yours, except you see a tiny raven, not in her usual attire though, in a white dress, very loose and flowy. And it's made of real cloth and looks like sewn together. And she stands kind of in a ballet position and then just sort of extends her leg and arm as she spins. And it's like timed with the music and everything. And it's really sweet. There's also an identical parchment that says Raven. I can hear you thinking.
Faustus thinks
Do
for
it.
a while.
Do it.
I can
Do it.
hear you thinking.
Do it. Do it.
And he sort of like is toying with like the white half of his hair.
Mm-hmm.
And like he's just like thinking and sort of tugging at like the forelock of his hair and just like thinking. And he sighs and like closes the box and sets it down like a little ways. He doesn't take the other note.
Okay.
He recognizes that would be. He's like, oh, cool! I stole her box, awesome. And then he sees there's a note. He's like, that's a little too far. So he will set those boxes down. He's gonna take his note. He will sit with that note, looking like not opening it.
Okay.
For probably most of the time that he was like away, like of a day. Like he sits there for like hours, just
looking at it,
flipping it, and just like looking at nothing, and then looking back at it and looking at nothing. And he's like, I think what's going through his mind is like, it's not the same Tessa that we dealt with before because the timelines have changed. She's not the same person, but he still has hang-ups, and he's worried that opening this note might fix his hang-ups, and he's not sure how he feels about that. So he opens the note.
Okay. The parchment unfolds. And it kind of, it's very heavily creased. It looks like she probably folded it very deeply to get it to fit in that small space. And when you open it, there's just a gentle waft of a light but flowery perfume. And it's a scent that follows Tessa around most days. Although a little saltier now, being out on the sea, but this is it in its purest form. And you see this a little messy, but curled handwriting that's very compact and takes up the entirety of the page. The note. Faustus. I honestly didn't expect myself to be writing this letter. Not because I didn't want you to receive it, but because I couldn't fathom a reality in which I had someone that I thought so highly of that I could sit to write this letter for. You have thoroughly, and I mean this is a bit of an honor, but you have thoroughly charmed me. I I see a great value in the way that you stand up for everyone around you, and you do so without keeping anybody close. But you protect your own. You go to bat for your own in a way that most people never would. When others would give up, you insist on another way because there has to be a way. You quite honestly inspire me, Faustus. I just see such gold within you. And I know you'd probably are currently rolling your eyes at this, but that's something very special, especially to me. We've talked about this before, but I spent a long time of my life jaded, convinced that everyone I came across was either out for their own selfish intent or just looking for a way to plant a knife in my back the moment I turned away. I have nothing, and for a long time I let that define me. But being here on the ship with you has made me understand that that does not have to be the case, because I've seen you grown similarly. I hope that this letter isn't too presumptuous, because it's not my intent. I see you, and for the first time in a very long time, I feel hope. I see in you so much compassion and love, and if you would allow me to, I would like to spend more time by your side and maybe have a little bit of that for myself. And you see there are a few other additions to this note that have been vigorously and aggressively crossed out. Probably like earlier drafts. You see more notably with love, and then that gets scratched out, and then with care, and then that gets scratched out. And then best regards, and then there's a bunch of question marks, and that's scratched out, and then you just see like she's written her name a little too big to try and draw your eye away from it. And then it says at the very bottom, P.S. I left something for Lilith in the bottom drawer of the box. I hope that's alright.
Folds the note, opens the bottom drawer of the box to see what Lilith gets out of this.
There is a small cloth pouch. And when you open inside, Lilith immediately like perks up and starts like kind of coming over your shoulder. And the sweet, almost tangy scent of a few berries catches your nose. They're dried, they're not fresh. You don't necessarily recognize them, but they smell amazing.
What are they? I lost you for like the 1 second where you said the thing.
I said you don't necessarily recognize them, but they smell amazing.
Okay. And it's dried. It's dried what?
Dried berries.
Berries. Okay. Yes. It's.
She just.
I give like one berry and then cinch the sack closed and tuck it away.
She does like a happy little shimmy.
Faustus just goes, just sort of leans back against like the hull of the ship and just like sits there and looks at Raven's box and reaches out towards it and then stops and then looks away from it and then looks back at it and looks away from it, looks back and looks away from it.
I really love the anime montage going on in my head
It's
right
really
now
great.
of Faustus doing all of this.
And he starts just kind of monologuing to himself. Grown similarly. Have I grown? And he looks at the box again. And looks away from it. And that's about like that's probably what he spent honestly the vast majority of his time doing, and then he falls asleep and takes a depression nap.
Understandable. All right, we're gonna come back to you then. You curl back up in the hold, just kind of, not even like intentionally, you just kind of start going a little bit sideways. And we will come back to you in a moment. Renori.
Oh, hi.
Hey.
What's up?
So, you leave the captain's quarters and you had hopped up onto the railing. And the ship had been on a little bit of a rougher pattern today as well as during the evening. But it seems to have hit a very quick peak. So much so where you're hearing kind of like grunts of frustration kind of behind you from other sailors, but as you're climbing up onto the railing, it just kind of slips past you and you take a seat. And your legs are dangling over. And, you have a bit of fresh air to think for a few moments. Just a few.
Yep, yeah, Raven and Tide, leave me to go talk to Boomstick.
Yes, they do.
Because, we decide, hey, we need to try and see what's up with Casper and Tessa, and since we last saw Tessa with Boomstick, maybe she knows what's up, and so, Renori's, like, in a bad mood and doesn't want to do that, so she just stays there, and,
Well,
and thank the Lord that Tide cast water breathing on her before he walked away.
Tide, and asking Renori not to, throw herself overboard, had given you water breathing. So the ship begins to not pick up pace, but move a little bit more off kilter. And it's not a patterned movement. Sometimes the dip to your side is shallow. Other times it's like the entire ship is threatening to keel over. It's just this erratic sort of almost twitching of the boat. And you've been kind of holding on as much as you need to, but there have been a few, like, scares of you sliding. And then it starts to even out. And it's okay. And then the Seahawk pitches. And you slide off and into the water below. You splash. Water immediately rushes into your lungs. And thank the Lord, Tide casts water breathing on you. You inhale as your body's panic responses kick in. And you flail around underwater, your eyes stinging from the salt, but you can breathe. It feels a little bit harder than it would above the surface, but you can breathe. And as you look, and you're sort of floating in this space, and the surface of the waves is growing more and more distant from you, it gets darker. Where the sunlight is filtering in, it gets darker. And as you can see, the sun just so distant, it almost looks like a pinprick as you begin to sink. It begins to grow larger and larger. And it's not as bright as it normally is. In fact, it's more silver. And this pinprick of light turns into a large version of the moon. Its surface is distorted through the waves. And you just feel a presence. Nothing is said. Nothing is spoken. But you feel a presence. Raven, I need you to roll me a perception check, please.
Oh, I didn't bring my character sheet back up after I had to restart my computer.
Where is task?
19.
Okay, give me 1 second. Where's my dice tray? Hello? There we go. And what's that? Oh, sweet. We love new dice rolling high. You are walking up out of the hatch from that honestly very frustrating conversation with Boomstick. Little miffed.
Raven's a little pissy.
Yeah. And then you hear...
She's like on her She's like in the process of shoving it down so that she can deal with Renori's
Yeah.
problems.
Well, as you're shoving it down, you hear a large splash off
Fuck.
the left side of the ship. And you know exactly where it's coming from because you know who you left there.
Yep. Yep.
As you hear that splash, the captain's quarters doors slam open. And Casper locks eyes with you across the deck. And he goes and runs to the railing and looks overboard. What are you doing?
Raven? Ooh.
Hold
Oh
on.
God, what is happening?
There's like 30 things that Raven can do, and I don't know which one.
Okay, I'm gonna roll a dice.
Okay.
Which one Raven goes over to the edge of the boat. She's going to. Can she
God.
tell that Renori is sinking quickly? Like, she can't see
You
Renori.
don't see Renori.
Yeah, like if she would run to the edge of the ship, she would not see.
You would not see anything.
Okay. So she runs to the edge of the ship, looks down, does not see Renori on the surface of the water.
No.
Like she's like
Renori
sailing or
is
anything.
gone.
Raven is going to not jump off yet, but she's going to like climb up onto the outside of the boat while still hanging onto the railing to like get a better vantage point.
I need you to roll me a acrobatics check to see if you stay on.
Yes,
Ooh.
Raven, our strong swimmer.
Renori, I need you to roll me an
But I rolled a
athletics check.
19, so
An athletics check. Oh,
I got a 19.
damn it.
Okay.
Oh shit!
I
I have
like
a
it.
basketball game tomorrow. Okay. Sorry, the inner Jenna Marbles just comes out sometimes, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, an 18, and that was with
You're
a
about to
minus
say-
1.
Okay.
8.
Renori, Raven, you climb up onto the railing to get a better vantage point. You think you see a flash of white between the waves, but the water is getting choppy, and it's hard to tell if it's sea foam or if it's her. Renori,
Raven's gonna drop down immediately.
are you jumping over or are you holding on?
No, she's gonna let go of the side of the boat to like get down there to hopefully help Renori, even
Oh.
though this is a bad idea.
Okay.
Raven.
We'll come back to you in a second.
I thought
Renori.
we just talked about choices, Raven.
Listen, Raven is just thinking upon like, I gotta get to Renori. She's not thinking very much ahead other than that.
Okay.
Renori.
Mm-hmm.
As the moon, which with your keen mind, you are very aware that it should not be anywhere even visible. Not that time of day. You do catch a voice, and you hear like the Seahawk moving. You hear very, very faint shouting as it distills through the waves, the general bubbling of currents around you. But it all starts to fade into this sort of enclosed silence, almost like when you put noise-canceling headphones on for the very first time. There's just nothing. And then you do hear a voice. Well, part of our arrangement is taking care of each other. Let's see what I can do to help. And where the moon is filtering through the waves, you do see although distorted, you do see the face of Saloon smiling down on you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
Let's not make a habit of this, yes?
Nope, not interested in that. Not one bit. Nope. Mm-mm.
Take care of yourself. And then you feel beneath your feet where you are you're like treading water, but you're not doing it enough to actually gain ground up to the surface. You are pretty much pedaling in place at this point. But from below, there's a current that sort of curves and begins to sort of buffet you upwards ever so slightly. It's very slow, but it's moving you up. Raven. You splash down into the water. I need you to roll me an athletics check, please.
Yes.
Would I see Raven?
We'll talk about that in 1 second.
Oh, I'm so happy. That's a dirty 20.
Okay. You tread water, and you keep yourself up, and you're able to kind of pop down to take a look, because you don't see Renori anywhere. And you do see her. She is floating quite a distance away. It looks like her eyes are closed. She's treading water, but she's starting to slow down.
Sorry, you cut out like for 2 seconds.
Oh, sorry. I said you see Renori a little ways in the distance. It looks like she's treading water, but she's starting to slow down, and her eyes are closed.
Raven's going to swim over.
Okay.
To Renori.
Cool. There's oh god. The drama. Where's my dice tray? Where's my dice tray? I should stop putting things away because I need my dice. Okay.
I don't like that.
There is another heavy splash kind of off to your side, Raven, and you see Casper break down through the water. And he looks at you, looks at Renori, pops his head back up to yell something. You can't really make it out between the currents. And then gestures for you to go back to the ship.
No, I don't know if Raven would actually pay attention. I think that she's so focused on getting to Renori that she wouldn't even look at Casper.
He's in your line of sight, so, like, you see him. It's just you'd have to, like, choose to not look at him.
Okay, well, no,
yeah.
she's just... Yeah, no, she's just like, I'm going to go get Renori.
Okay, yeah, he also starts swimming in that direction. Renori, the image of Saloon begins to shimmer and get more disturbed, and then it completely starts to fade out, and as it does, in its place, you see where the moon is returned to what should be the sun in its normal distant pinprick, and coming towards you, distorted a little bit by the water, the faces of Raven and Casper. Thankfully, you have water breathing, so we don't have to worry about...
Yeah, I think though, even though Renori can breathe, the panic of it all, because she is afraid of being in the water, because she knows she can't swim, really, she would still be, like, gasping and flailing a little bit just out of, like, the anxiety of it all, even though she is very aware that she's not losing oxygen. She's terrified. So it's still an ordeal. And
yeah.
water's like in her eyes, and the sun is shining, and the sun hurts, and so she can't really see, and it's just all generally very unpleasant and traumatizing.
Speaking of traumatizing, make me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, shit! Okay.
Speaking of trauma, save yourself from some.
That's a 9.
Okay. As you're starting, your breathing starts to kick up. And you are breathing, but it starts, like, your brain is distorting it. You can feel your brain is clocking more the presence of oxygen leaving you than the intake of it through the water. And you're sort of looking around. The water is warm because of the sun, but the sun's presence at all is still starting to sting your skin, along with the salt in your eyes. And you can, where you are, see the retreating back of the Seahawk. And it's starting to get to you, and the edges of your vision start to just flicker with black. You're still conscious. You haven't been that lost to panic, but you're starting to get there. You see Raven and Casper's faces getting closer, but to you, it's almost like I can't remember the name of the effect, but I think it's a Hitchcock thing where the hallway starts to extend, like that view of you see them and you're focusing on them, but the longer you look at them, the more far away that they seem. Raven, you see Renori starting to thrash around, eyes wide in panic, and you're getting there, but you don't really. Swimming is not fast, especially in open ocean with currents. Make me another athletics check, please.
19.
Good job.
Okay.
No. I feel like I'm just gonna be rolling 1s and 2s later, so I'm like,
Take it
I'm
when you get it.
preemptively shitting myself. You know what I mean? Anyway.
Welcome once you got them,
Yeah. You're still making your way through the water, but it's starting to get tough.
Jake is now also having
You both, it takes almost a solid minute just to swim close enough. But you do get up to where Renori is. You also had water breathing thanks to Tide. Casper has to stop every few seconds to just grab a breath of air before he goes back down. But the two of you make your way up to Renori. Renori, one more Constitution saving throw.
Oh, shit. Okay. Oh! Okay, that is a 21. That was a nat 20.
You see Raven and Casper's faces, and that pulling sort of effect where they start to seem farther and farther away begins to subside. You begin to rationalize. They're actually here. They're going to get you. It's okay. And then although you're still panicking, you manage to ground yourself as best as you can in the open sea. Raven, you make your way up to Renori, Casper just behind you, and you're able to break the surface, and all of you take a gasp of fresh, actual air.
Raven is going to be like, Renori, you could have just waited for me if you were going to throw yourself off the boat.
That's not what happened, you asshole. I need to get out of the water, please.
Okay, let's go. Like, she's going to try to, like, do her best to, like, usher Renori towards the ship.
Casper's... come here. Casper kind of does the best that he can to wrap an arm around your waist, Renori, and kind of, like, heave your arm up onto his shoulder and, like, keep you both steady. And he goes, Raven, just grab my hand for a second.
Okay.
And you do, and there's a sort of static pins and needles feeling that overcomes the three of you.
In a sexy way?
No.
Are we thunderclapping or something?
And
Chocolate.
yeah, Casper's just gonna kill you.
Okay.
Yeah, that was long con. All of the NPCs are just gonna kill you.
Why did they wait so long?
That's the fun of the long con. There's
getting stronger. It's gonna be harder now.
Well, that makes it more fun. It's a challenge. The sort of static feeling takes over, and these gentle, like almost sparks begin to fill the air around you. And he grips your hand a little bit tighter, Raven, and Renori pulls you a little bit closer. And between blinks, 1 second you're in the ocean, and the next you are stumbling onto the deck of the Seahawk, soaking.
Renori would collapse, like, immediately.
Yeah. Casper about does the same. But less of a collapse and more just, like, the slow, like, knees, arms, rolls over to just lay on the deck and look up at the sky. And just,
and, like,
sails.
Full disclosure, Renori will just start sobbing.
Yeah.
Because when something scary happens, sometimes cry.
Raven, it has, like, untucked her, like, blouse from her pants. She's, like, wringing it out. She's just, like, so close to just, like, completely just like getting like stripping down
Mhm.
because she's just like, I hate like this like complete stuck feeling of all of this clothing, and she's just like, I know it was an emergency, but that was such a waste of a milk bath earlier. Anxiety bath earlier in the day. And she just looks.
Remember, Raven, when you mentioned that you don't like it when I'm an asshole to you? um, it goes both ways.
Casper kind of picks his head up a little bit. Not like, it doesn't even full body gets up, just like kind of lifts the head a little bit like, Raven, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
Are you, Renori? What happened?
What
For the sake of
happened?
for the sake of storytelling, can Faustus appear, just be there at
Of
this point?
course.
You guys don't mind, but I'm an asshole, right? That's
What?
fine.
Jesus Christ!
It's one of your charms, Faustus. Really is.
I wasn't emotionally prepared for any of this. What? You're okay now? Yes?
No, I'm not, because the boat fucking knocked me off of it like a bunking bronco.
It did what?
The boat pitched and threw me off.
Raven's gonna, like, not move, but her eyes dart to Casper, just like, what?
Uh,
And Renori will finally, like, sit up, and, like, there'll still be tears, like, down her face. But, like, it's, you know, when you reach the feeling of, like, shock or, like, post-terrifying event where there's not crying sounds coming out, it's just the tears
water
running.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the water still leaking. And so she'll just look at him looking quite pathetic, her hair all wet and matted down, and
Oh no.
it looks like, you know, a drowned rat, essentially. So
When, Liz, you'll understand this, when your Maltese has just gotten out of the bath.
That's exactly what I was
Yes.
thinking of.
That's exactly it. Yes.
I have so many pictures of Milo
Yes.
post bath but not dry that are just
Mhm.
in my head right now.
Yes, that's exactly the image, because my sister has a multi-poo. So
Yeah.
yes.
Casper just kind of takes your face in his hands for a moment and just tilts your foreheads together and exhales.
Does the Seahawk not like me?
No. And he pulls you close and just holds you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm glad you're okay. I'm sorry. And he just holds you.
What are you sorry for?
I don't fully understand sometimes this weird connection I have with the ship. And I don't know, I just feel like this is my fault.
Why, do you think I'm angry with Renori and then that's when the boat threw me off?
I'm not angry with you. I'm not angry with you, and no, I don't think that's how that works. I hope not. That would suck a lot.
Are you angry with me? I'm sorry I slammed your door open before.
I'm not angry at anybody. I just...
Cool, thanks.
Least of all me, because I haven't done anything.
Faustus has done nothing wrong. Let the record show that Faustus has done nothing wrong. Like, no one
Let
has...
the record show that this is the first time ever that
some-
Faustus hasn't done something wrong.
I have some magistrates I'd like you to tell that I've done nothing wrong. Who would let me back into some cities.
That actually could be arranged. I have to... Okay, I'm not mad at anybody, and I'm sorry I snapped earlier. I am just fucking neck deep in stuff right now, and that was like the worst time for you guys to come in. And I just needed a second, and it shouldn't have treated you that way, and I'm sorry. And he just kind of holds your hands for Nori. He goes like, and I know your answer is probably no, but are you okay?
No.
Yeah, that tracks.
Minori, are you okay?
Okay.
This is actually the long con. I was just getting you
Alright.
all on Glee.
Oh my god.
she
Hey, oh no, my internet is disconnecting.
I didn't even
I'm
watch
not
Glee.
reliving theater kid trauma. That's not what we're here to do.
I've never even watched Glee. Don't worry about it.
Good for
Oh,
you.
man.
Yeah, I know. Good for me. It's
I
one of
wish
my
I could
greatest
say the
joys.
same.
She.
Raven is going to take this moment to turn to Faustus though,
Mhm.
and lightly like shove him, being like, "Where the fuck were you all day?"
Just around.
Well, that's amazing. I'm going to shut off. Can no one else is going to be thrown overboard, I trust?
No.
Raven, I could really use you to not do the attitude anymore.
I wasn't giving attitude to you. I just desperately need to be dry.
You listen, remember when we talked about choices you make? You shouldn't have jumped in the water anyway.
I had water breathing. It was fine.
Oh, that
Actually, not fine. Like, really not fine. In general, let's not do that, because what happens is more people get left in the middle of the open ocean with the boat that does not have brakes.
Faustus says out loud, but kind of quietly, like maybe he doesn't realize he's saying it out loud, and he's like, "If I had been there when you fell, would I have jumped in?"
This is just Faustus
Questioning.
self-exploration
He's
arc.
questioning.
Faustus, you do know you just asked that question out loud, right?
Nope.
Well, you did, and now,
I was supposed to be up here.
I sure would like to think you would have jumped in, but actually, knowing you probably would have mage hand something. I don't know.
Rope.
Yeah.
I mean, it's actually in my books, based on the amount of people I've had to fish out of the sea. That would have been better. Raven, please don't ever do that again.
Look,
Please.
fine.
Thank you.
I'm gonna choose to not take this on you guys shitting on me for like not wanting to leave Renori alone in the middle of the ocean, and just choose this as like familial concern.
It is. No.
I'm going to go dry off.
Okay.
She's already leaving.
Fucking alright.
What's with her?
I wish I could say.
You all seem a little tense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Faustus, because you've been playing hide and seek while some real shit has been.
Hey. We
I
all
was
have our
playing-
stuff.
If we were playing hide and seek, why didn't you come look for me?
Because we didn't know who was it or not.
Okay, let's stop
And
that.
Renori
If we played hide and seek, I would win so hard.
Yeah, I know you would, you asshole. And Renori is absolutely like acting just like a petulant child right now. Like,
Why are you acting so childish?
well, why have you been hiding?
He looks around the deck. Make sure that neither Raven nor Tessa are anywhere nearby.
Mm-mm.
I remember when I asked that question out loud a minute ago. I did something like that, but worse, and so I hid for a while. I said something out loud.
No, I'm aware.
Then
No, we're apprised of. Because while you've been hiding, the other half of that equation has been throwing up and panicking and screaming at me and then jumping into the ocean after me.
The other third of that.
like a bead of sweat
actually
down Faustus's face. Like anime style, he's like his eyes are like, why is it just a little worry sweat.
Yeah, and then also, there's the person whose heart is broken, so been trying to check in on her too. That is not meant to sound like an accusation. You only follow your feelings. Don't, be fake. That would be worse. But she also is not doing super awesome. So, it would have been really cool if you were around a little bit earlier.
Whispering again, should I talk to one or both of them? Make this right.
Faustus, you keep saying your moral quandaries out loud.
No.
And I can't help but feel you want feedback.
Stop. No.
Nope.
Stop
Didn't
telling
know I
him.
was saying
It's
it
fine.
out loud. Didn't know I was saying it out loud again.
He's working through it. It's okay.
Casper,
This is
he's
why
trying.
I went into hiding.
Well, if you want my advice, you should talk to both of them. Maybe separately, though.
Would you like to come along and hang out during that?
I'm not sure I should be present for such an intimate conversation between you and these other individuals.
Damn.
I appreciate the effort, but it's not really my business.
Lilith, you're gonna have to pull your weight.
She just looks up at you like, if a snake could do, please, God, no. That's the face that she's making right now.
Oh, you can do it, Faustus. You're a significantly better person than you give yourself credit for.
That I agree with.
It's gonna be fine. You know how to talk to people.
Do I? That was meant to be.
No, I
think you do.
I know. I think you're the one that doesn't know. Yes, for sure. You know how to talk to people. Delaying it's only going to make it worse. But since Raven's going to dry off, you might have better luck with Tessa right now. I don't know. But I also don't know where Tessa is.
Usually when this sort of thing happens, I just leave town.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I would have to drop you off on a
ship.
Port for that.
Yeah, we're on the ship, so that's not going to work this time.
I mean, to be fair, we are headed somewhere.
Really? How long until we get there?
And Faustus, you are becoming a better person. And you need to lean into
the
that.
Second person to say that in 24 hours, maybe it's true.
And better people don't run away from people that they've told that they love indirectly.
I never told anyone explicitly that I loved or liked them.
You
in my entire life.
Indirectly, Faustus.
Not since I was a very young boy.
Well,
Faustus, denial is not a cute look.
Listen, you got this. And if it's how you really feel, maybe you'll get to tick that off.
Should I tell Tessa that when she tried to throw the gifts away, I grabbed them and kept them, or should I keep that a secret, do you think?
I honestly think she would probably take it okay, given the balance of everything that's happened.
Cool. Probably a good thing I didn't read the note she left for Raven, right?
I would, yes, that would be a good
was
decision.
The right thing to do?
Yes.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Progress.
Make a note of that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm actually very surprised.
I'm not. I'm just proud.
Pastor, just...
Raven would have just come back immediately after this. Would that have, with the timing?
It would be,
no?
right now. Yeah.
Okay. Raven.
Oh my god.
She's,
Faustus
toweling her hair for, the second time today. She's like, what note?
Faustus now gets a chance to be surprised by somebody approaching.
What? I wrote Casper a love letter, but now it's gone in the ocean.
Oh, okay. Well,
it happens.
Write another one.
I know. I'm just complaining about everything because I'm miserable and soaking wet and not in a fun way.
He gives you, he kisses your temple. He goes, just kind of.
Sarah's the only one.
Raven is just like Raven is like hitting herself in her head because the first thing that came into her mind was just like, either way, do you want this towel?
Mm.
So she's just like, here, you need this.
It is wet.
Um,
It is a wet towel.
it's slightly damp.
It's
She
a wet
wouldn't have,
towel.
Get out of the shower.
Okay.
I'm clean as a damn baby. The towel washes me. I don't wash the towel.
Oh my god. Do you?
Nothing like someone
this
lending you
won't
a wet towel.
Raven,
This is
that's-
actually gonna help.
that's-
I'm gonna just
yeah.
keep this.
Mhm.
And then she said she's gonna keep it. She like lays it on the railing to dry.
Mhm.
That's gonna just blow away. Just gimme. I'll get us towels. Jesus.
Raven, quick chat.
Yeah. Oh, there's actually yes. There's a lot of things that I
Venori,
need to
do you wanna?
tell you.
Yeah. He kind of
You-
offers. Casper stands and offers you a hand. We
Yeah,
should
get
go get
away.
towels.
Yeah, get away from what's about to happen right here. Yes.
I was trying to be subtle, but okay. And he kind of offers
Yeah.
you his arm.
I mean, generally speaking, subtlety is neither of our strong suits, so
I can't argue with that.
there's just really no point.
Yeah, why did they call you the ghost? Was it
That's literally this is like the worst time for me to tell that story. Like
Sorry,
there
I
could
was-
not be
that's
a
not important.
worse time.
No,
Go ahead, tell the story.
no,
No.
And then Raven is going to usher Faustus.
Maybe we
to
can
a
play a
door.
game of Flyers dice.
Casper looks at the sky like, "Ooh, look at the
then
time."
Drink.
He uses all of his subtlety for stealing.
That is true. Are you going to the captain's quarters with him?
Yeah. I'm not sticking around here. Are you kidding me?
Okay, you make your way
as
to
soon as they're out
captain's
of
quarters.
earshot, Raven's going to lean to Faustus and be like, 5 silver pieces that they're going to have sex.
Make it
Bet.
5 gold.
Fine.
I raise you. I raise you.
Wait, so who is betting what? Faustus, are you betting or not? Because that's a choice.
Have sex. We each steal 5 gold from them, and if they don't, we don't. That's what you meant, right?
It can be now.
No, I mean I think we both think they're gonna have sex, so I don't know why we're betting on it. We need to
You can
find a
always do
third
this
person.
thing.
We need to find a third person who doesn't think they're going to. Where's Tide?
You actually don't see Tide
Tide's
around.
no fool.
Actually, he would have been extremely helpful with the whole Renori situation that just happened. Oh,
What? Just because
Apparently.
he's a fish boy? That's a little.
no, because he has water walking.
Oh.
It's not Shark Boy and Lava Girl up in here.
Literally?
Seeking Tide, Shark Boy, and Lava Girl. Literally.
Literally.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm just going to. I really need to find.
Yeah,
I really need to
literally.
find my
DM
favorite
writing
spot.
that down or laughing, I can't tell.
I don't know.
It's both. It's both.
Stop eating crackers.
They're so dry and you keep laughing.
Lisa's so pissed. Lisa's so pissed.
I'm just gonna eat some pine ash while everybody makes me laugh.
Literally, you could not have chosen a drier food to have
It
eaten.
reminds me of when Michael Scott keeps trying to eat the tiramisu on the call with Dylan Wallace. I didn't throw it away, David. I'm throwing it away now.
Crying. Okay.
All right.
Anyway.
Well, while the DM recovers from choking on crackers.
Oh, right.
Faustus walks over just like to the edge of the ship and just sort of like leans on the
Lisa, cracker is never worth it.
edge of the ship.
Yeah, that's true.
It's kind of
Also, like crackers the food. Anyway,
Mm-hmm.
continue. Sarah got that.
I'm
No, that's what I was going for.
Oh, perfect. Nice. I like it when we're all on the same page. Keep going.
brain's
I'm gonna
up.
just be here. I'll be here all week.
So Raven is going to also lean against it, but she has her back to the sea, right? So they're facing opposite directions. And and she's going to be like, apparently a few days ago we were all drinking and talking about our futures, and the three of us, and by the three of us I mean me, you, Tessa, all agreed to go to her hometown for the first time after all of this in a very romantic.
I've never been to anyone's hometown unless I met them there. You know what I
Same.
mean?
So, yeah, apparently we were
So we
all
sort of
in
180'd
agreement.
on Tessa in sort of a
Yes.
painfully blunt way.
Yes. I mean, that wasn't my original plan. It was just I was caught very off guard. And when I'm caught very off guard, I make very rash decisions. And normally the only thing I had to worry about was whether or not I was still alive at the end of it. So
Do you think if
this
you
is a
could
very different dynamic.
Do you think if you could rewind time, accept the gift and see what it was first before
I mean,
responding?
I'm curious. I think Boomstick told me it was there was daggers had to do with it.
Yeah, there's a little more to it. There's a note as well.
Was that the note that you were talking about earlier?
Mm-hmm.
And you have the note on you?
I have the note that she gave me. Yours is in your chest. I didn't read it.
Okay. Well,
Which was apparently
thank
the right
you.
thing to do.
Thank you for that.
Sure.
That's good.
So I was thinking about Tessa
Mm-hmm.
and the whole situation.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's fair to say that as a result of this time shift, I think maybe this Tessa is a different Tessa,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe it's not so much a second chance as a first chance, since she's not the same person. So I think I'm going to talk to Tessa and try to walk back some of the potential damage done there. I don't feel like it was fair of me to close a door on someone, especially when they don't know why. And technically, according to the laws of time and space, hasn't done anything wrong.
Mm.
So that's where I'm at. What are you feeling?
I've been feeling a lot today. And thinking a lot today. I also agree that this version is blameless. And I do feel guilt about the way that things happened and that she inevitably is hurt in this entire equation. However, I don't know. I feel like the lie changed me in a lot of ways. Very rapidly and not at all in a way that I wanted it to. But now I'm also a different person because of it. And I know it's unfair. I know that it's. I could probably try to eventually get
As I
over it.
understand it, all's fair in love and war, so I think you're good there.
Mm. Yeah, well, I if I can. But I also do want to talk with Tessa because the
Before you
last
do,
time that happened, it was just very, very difficult.
speaking from experience, before you do, read your note. That certainly put me in a different frame of mind.
Hmm. Were you open to your mind being changed?
I didn't think I was. About halfway through the note, I almost burned it and didn't finish.
Why? May I ask?
Because I started to be afraid I might change my mind.
Ah, okay. I didn't know if it was. I just wanted to get a gauge of what emotion was driving that impulse. Speaking
I guess
of
sometimes
emotional impulses, sorry, you were
yes,
going to go? No?
I think I think that the emotion I felt reading it was a version of surprise. I don't know. I don't assume that anyone spends much time thinking about me or paying attention to what I'm doing. So
Mm,
seems like
I would.
Tessa was, and that might be a first for me. So
Well, I've been. Oh, this is gonna sound disgusting, but I've been thinking about you basically all day. Um. So yes, because speaking of emotional impulses, and disgraceful panic, things that happened, last night were things. I hate the both of you right now.
Chris and I are the same wavelength.
Um, so
I like how Kristen fucking exclamation point sexies herself. It's very
yep.
good. It's very responsible of you.
Listen,
I
I
mean,
just know when to admit to my own bullshit, you know?
the first step is awareness.
And never any remorse.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry for the way that I reacted. It's just that I was very surprised because I didn't think that you felt that way about me. So I never quickly I'm just gonna fuck, why do I keep rolling high? Okay, anyway. I was just saying if Raven would be this self-aware or not. Um I because I thought that you didn't feel that way about me, I never would have entertained it on my end because being rejected by somebody that I am extremely close to would have probably destroyed me. So I didn't.
Just to make sure I understand what you're saying, are you saying that you and maybe the average person doesn't think out every potentiality to its conclusion
What do you
before
mean?
making any decisions? Well, you said you didn't think I felt that way. I don't know. I guess I just just a different way of looking at things than I'm used to. Usually, as soon as I think of something, I take it all the way to all of its possible conclusions in my mind first, which is
Well,
why something like what happened last night uh, also caused me to panic a little bit. I'm not used to talking about my feelings And so I thought I misinterpreted what you said, and I thought that I had been given an easy way to express something with no risks.
Yeah. I also am not one to take risks, which is why, how do I put this? I mean, it's not like I didn't think about it. It's just that the way that I had thought of this earlier was I didn't realize that the door was even open. And I respected that it was closed. I guess that
My door is
the
always open. It's just it's trapped. Is the thing.
yes. I think that the thought that looking at it closely would and sorry, just the our little audience here.
I'm sorry. I just
Having so many
Dear
reactions.
studio audience, someone announcement.
Now you know how it feels to be Casper and Renori with the peanut gallery every time.
every time.
Let me open up my notes here, but I'm pretty sure so far you have banged Casper like 300 times, and I have banged no one. So if we get a little
No,
bit
it's not
rowdy,
about
that's why.
it's
No,
not about
it's
the
not that.
banging. The banging is fine.
Oh, the emotional.
Begging is
stuff?
only fine? Damn, sorry.
No, it's
Damn,
the.
sucks for you.
Oh my
I-
God.
No, please continue.
No,
I don't even
it's-
want to stick in
Casper's
this.
got a whole magic ship at his disposal. And
All right, everybody.
You would think that he would use the ship to like. Anyway.
No, that'd be
Oh,
more
what
compensating.
is it?
Right.
It's not the size of the ship; it's the motion
It's
of
the
the
motion
ocean.
of the ocean. Yeah.
Yeah.
mhm.
I don't even remember what he was gonna say.
This is why you don't look at the other people. This is why. I've
Yeah,
perfected
listen, I have
this.
learned
It's
to
kind of
never look at you.
It's so difficult.
You
Not
will
to
learn, young
I
Padawan.
just-
notice. Okay.
I just watch my own video feed, and when other people are talking to me, so that I can focus on what they're saying.
Yeah, that's fair.
ADHD be like.
Uh-huh.
I only read the captions.
Uh,
That's fair.
Oh, okay. I remember what she was gonna say now. So I think that I didn't want to look closely to see if the door was open or not, because if
Should always look closely to see.
well, it's just if it was closed.
I'm sorry, I'm making this harder than it has to be.
Sorry,
I'm surprised to find myself.
My
I
brain
guess I'm
immediately went in a
surprised
sexy
and a little
way.
delighted to find myself not in the hot seat in this conversation. So, please continue.
I think that if I had looked closely and saw that the door was closed, it would have stung more than I would have wanted it to, so I just never bothered. Does that make sense?
And for what it does, because for what it's worth, I didn't know that my door. Why are we using this analogy?
No!
I didn't know that I was open to anything until you said it. So,
Well,
I don't spend a lot of time. I don't know if other people do this. I don't spend a lot of time around people until recently, and B, I don't know if other people do this, but I don't spend a lot of time, I guess, sitting down with my feelings and understanding them.
I also haven't done that in a very long time.
I put feelings away a long time ago.
The
had
only
good
feeling
reasons,
that I felt for the past 5 years has been just rage and then exhaustion. And then never mind. And then occasionally I would come across some kind of tavern and charm my way into a bedroom. But otherwise, yeah, it's just mainly rage.
how remarkably similar our stories are.
Oh. Well, good to know. I'm just gonna. We don't have to share those stories right now. But
What's your body
essentially,
count? No, I'm just kidding.
Dear
I just thinking
Lord.
of a scenario in which Faustus actually has mentioned that. Dear, oh my God. I don't even remember remember what we were talking. Oh yeah, we don't have to share those stories right now. Um, yeah, so things with Tessa are really messy at the moment. Um, but I guess I wouldn't mind figuring this whole thing out with you. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
What wouldn't be the worst thing in the world?
Oh my gosh. What I'm
Which
saying
part of
is
the
that
door are we talking about now? And
that
is it
the
open or is it closed?
Raven is just gonna deadpan look at Faustus and just be like, the knob. Uh, no. What I'm saying is that I'm still open to potentially exploring this thing. God, this is so difficult to actually say out loud.
Let me make it a little easier on you. If it happens, it does, and if it doesn't, that's fine too. I'll still be
Sure.
here. We'll both still be here. It's not the end of the world.
You're my closest friend,
You're
Faustus.
mine as well.
And I think the most important thing is that I want to not lose that.
Well, I guess the more complicated question, let me put it, I'm glad we had this talk. I thought this talk would be a lot harder, but it seems to be going pretty well in the grand scheme of things. I don't know how the conversation with Tess is going to go. I don't even know how to start that conversation, if I'm being perfectly honest. Hey, remember when I told you I'd go meet your mom and then I rejected your gift and you threw it away in the water? That, I don't know how to start a conversation after that. But I feel
Good
like
luck.
go read your note.
Where did you put it?
It's with your things.
You put it with my. I thought that you weren't able to pick those.
Hmm?
Those locks.
I don't
I
know,
thought.
DM, am I?
Um,
If I wasn't able to, I just would have left it there with her stuff. Like next to it.
no, you can't pick those locks, but I'm trying to think of something equally hilarious. Nah, you can't pick those locks, but you probably tried. Because I don't think you were present for the whole, like, general overall conversation that they can't be picked. I think you just got your stuff after, so you probably tried.
I probably sat there for a while trying, and then was like, okay, clearly something else is happening here.
No, like, you'd put a pick in, and it'd be, like, it would bend, and then you'd put it back in, and it would be fine again, and you're like... like, trying to figure out what's going on.
What is the Schrodinger's lock? When the pin goes in, it sometimes comes out broken.
Yeah.
Yes, but the gifts is very thoughtful. The note, more so. So, I don't know. Just read it. Decide how you feel. It's up to you. It's not... It's your note.
I really don't want this to be the third time I throw up today.
Have you considered... And he pauses for a second. Look, I throw up a lot too, and I think it's because we eat a lot of like macaroni and cheese and straight frosting, and maybe that's on us.
Well, to be fair to me, Casper was trying to explain the intricacies behind this elven tradition. Did
Oh
his
no,
best,
there's
but
intricacies of tradition behind the gifts. I thought it was just
yeah.
gifts. No.
Well, at
Well, I
least
wasn't
I
there
can
for
tell
that. You have to
you.
explain it.
Well, at least I can tell you it's supposed to be like a hey, um,
We're going
this is
steady.
now in like an official capacity of like we're going to be in each other's lives in a very purposeful way. Casper, in his explanation, made it seem like Tessa was proposing to the two of us, and which caused my sickness and nausea because, oh my god, that would have been terrible. But it's not that.
Yes, that would have been much, much worse. I've seen public proposals go wrong before, and it's very ugly.
I've imagining that the way I reacted was the way that that proposal was rebuffed, and I wanted to immediately throw myself overboard.
Well, you can lay your praise at the feet of Faustus Finch because I got that gift back out of the water, and now you get a second chance.
Maybe. I mean,
Not to say yes, but just to maybe
I'll
both of
read
us have a
the
chance to
note.
handle it more tactfully than we did the first time.
I'll read the note and then I'll get back to you, and then maybe if we're both on the same page, we can both
But,
have that
We
conversation.
can all open our doors and all come out of
I
them.
don't. I hate this analogy now.
Okay,
Let's just
but
never
if
mention doors ever
are the
again.
way into people's lives, can the locks be picked, and what are the lock picks? Is it
I'm
gifts?
going to just go find my note now, because I'm very sick. I'm very
I'm
tired.
just thinking maybe I could make relationships with people work if this analogy is actually accurate. I'm good at picking locks.
I don't see what I think is that the door can only open from your side. Does that make sense?
That's not how doors work.
But that's also not how relationships work, Faustus.
Damn it.
I'm going to go read my note now because I'm
All right.
slowly finding that I don't have the emotional energy for this conversation.
That's fair. You've thrown up a lot. I sort of just sat in a corner, to be perfectly honest. Like, I can make it sound like I was being really cool and like nobody noticed me, but I was kind of just in a hole. Something wrong?
Dear Lord. In a sexy way.
It wasn't like anyone's door hole or anything, all right? It was just a hole in the ship.
It's Raven. Like, okay, that I've been there. I've definitely done the thing where I've just very upset and sad, just ended up tucking myself somewhere on the boat and falling asleep. So I'm going to go and read that note, and then I'll find you again. Don't disappear.
Maybe.
Faustus.
You can't see me.
Faustus.
Roll a stealth check.
I mean,
I want to make myself terribly hard to find. I'm gonna go try to find Tessa. I think it's probably good that maybe we don't accost her in a three-way conversation. Problem?
sorry. The way that you quickly said conversation after that.
I just think one-on-one is
Three-way
probably
conversation.
Sometimes when you take it from 2 to 3, things just get more complicated.
Yeah.
I mean, there's pros and cons, but
I mean,
anyway, I think I'll talk to her.
I mean, if you prepare correctly beforehand, it's not that. Anyway, I'm going to go.
And
Wait,
you're just gonna skedaddle.
She leaves,
Yeah.
and Faust is like, towards the end, I felt like we were talking about doors again. He goes to
Oh.
Tessa.
That was beautiful. That felt like watching an Oscar-nominated film, but it was like a good one, you know? Renori. At the beginning of that conversation,
So not Cars 2.
Excuse me?
I'm kidding. I have no. Or Boss Baby is really the
Okay, there
example
we
that
go.
came to mind.
There we go. You leave the Cars franchise alone. With
Does
a
that include the
canonical car
Airplanes?
pope.
Does that include the Airplane spin-off franchise?
No, that was
No.
terrible.
No.
Okay.
I
was gonna throw some shade
I was
at that,
baby-
so I just wanna make
no.
sure I still have that in my.
I was
repertoire
babysitting
for
and I
later.
had to go see it, and no. Renori, before this conversation transpired, which I would say probably took about 20 to 30 minutes, probably on the closer end to 20, Casper kind of, you and Casper kind of make him away. You slipped into the captain's quarters, and he kind of just idly kicked the door shut behind both of you. Made his way over to, not much about the space has changed. He made his way over to the bed, and which sits kind of, it's more of like a loose mattress that sits on like trunks and drawers and such, but it's kind of been just a little bit roughly framed in, like it's not a bed you would see on land. It's supposed to be functional, but still rather nice. And he files underneath it and he pulls out a couple towers. He just, here, yeah. I don't, you can have like one of my shirts or something. I have plenty of dry ones. I don't know. Just kind of passes you a couple towels over your shoulder.
Yeah, Renori will. Let's see. Renori will be just in her undergarments so that she can properly dry herself off.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's cold
It is.
to be soaking wet, and it sucks. And so she's definitely shivering too, and she's just like, this sucks.
Casper kind of slowly, and you notice he isn't shivering, which for a moment makes you go like, am I overreacting? And then it's like, no, this sucks. It's cold. This sucks.
And also he's just an asshole.
Yeah, you know. He passes you a few towels, and then he himself takes the wet clothes off, and then he just kind of looks at them defeated and tosses them to the side. And he goes, all right, I here, and he like lays out a couple of like shirts, a pair of pants that look too small for him, and just kind of leaves those over to the side and goes, you're cold. Hold on. And there's a sort of strange awkwardness that seems very familiar from when you both first met. That's just kind of started to come back into how he's acting. And he files beneath the bed and pulls out this, that's not the word. It's like a fuzzy blanket. It's red. It's got a couple holes in it. I was gonna say felt, but that's not the one.
Yeah.
Oh,
That would be
Felt.
so
Blanket.
comfortable.
No, that
Pretty
like
sure Ted Bundy used a felt blanket.
probably like
He's a psychopath.
I have the exact
I was
type of
actually
blanket
so
I'm
thinking
thinking
that
warm.
was
of.
like a Muppet skin blanket, so we were kind of on the same page there.
No.
Muppets?
I have moving on from that. No.
Is this
nope.
like an Elmo blanket or like
Stop. I have the exact kind of blanket that I'm thinking of in my head, and I don't know how to describe it. But it's super soft to the touch. It has a few holes and frayed threads and things. It looks like some of the layers of it are beginning to come apart, but it looks pretty handmade. And he just kind of comes up to you, just a few inches away, and then wraps it around your shoulders. And he just presses a gentle kiss right here between the brows. I'm so sorry. I'm glad I know this sucks, but I'm glad you're at least physically here and okay.
And Renori's gonna kick him in the shin.
Yeah, I deserve that.
So why are you acting awkward right now?
What? Huh?
You're acting unusually, awkward, shy, bashful around me.
No idea what you're talking about.
Literally that.
I don't know. I'm not gonna say that out loud. You're never gonna let me forget it. Don't worry about it.
Say it out loud. Say it out loud.
No,
Say it out loud.
I was just looking at you and thinking about how good you look with your hair down. And how far how I don't know. Just thinking about when we first met and now, that's all.
So, like a few hours ago, we talked on the deck and then you stormed off.
Yeah. I did.
I'm just kind of wondering, like, where you're at with that information that you've received, you know?
Well, I have seen a lot in my lifetime, and I've heard a lot in my lifetime. Gotta say, first time the multiverse has come into equation, lots to process on its own, and then it's, hey, some alternate chump version of you made a decision for you. That's pretty cool.
I mean, to be fair, the multiverse is a concept that we know frightening little about, so...
Yes. But I don't like how little I know about it.
I mean, me either. Like, just like for the record, my side of things also sucks. Because I have got two sets of thoughts to, like, sort through, and they're not even, like, that different. But it's still weird.
Yeah, I didn't mean to just walk away from you like that. I got overwhelmed, and we talked about this. I used to get very angry in a way that I couldn't control, and one of the things that I've started to learn, which is not great, and there's probably some better emotionally in touch way to handle it, but something I've learned is if I walk away and cool off, then I don't say or do things I regret. And I was very overwhelmed in the moment, and the last thing I want to do is hurt you.
No, so... I know your MO. I know that you hide away, and that's fine. I'm not mad that you walked away. I'm not mad at all, actually. I'm just sad. I don't really get angry at you, which is weird, because, like, I get angry at everybody all the time. Like, all the time. I'm always angry. That's my secret.
I was waiting.
Bruce Wayne 2022. Anyway, no, it just, and you know, my feelings weren't even really hurt until when we came in to see what was up with you and Tessa, because Raven got me all worried and stressed about it, and so then we went over, and then, you know, and then you were really angry that we were even in there, and don't think that I don't want to know what that was about, because I do, because guess what? And Judy, we're a fucking family on this ship, and that private conversation excuse is bullshit. So spill.
Ooh, you pulled the family card. And the nickname.
Yeah, I did, because I know your fucking weaknesses.
You do.
And she, like, pokes him in the chest, like, really hard.
I know your weaknesses and I'll use them for my own gain.
You just kind of
Renori 2022.
you swat your hand away a little bit. I gotta roll a percentage die.
Oh god.
Jeez, didn't think
That's
it would.
actually what?
No. I didn't think it would come to this. Let's see.
Wow, I hate this.
I never thought it would come to this, and I I'm only talking about this in the interest of everyone's safety and the fact that we said we weren't going to lie to each other and that we all have a common goal to save the material plane. Normally, I have a very strict code. If somebody comes to me and they say, a conversation's between the two of us, Ooh. Oh boy. So I was stewing because, my world kind of just like whoop, and so I was in the captain's quarters. And
Speaking of things going whoop, we'll get to that later.
Oh no, I really don't want to. I came in here and I got mad. I got really mad. Not at anybody, just the situation, because one of the things I physically cannot do. The Seahawk is my environment. I curate it very specifically. I know the name, favorite color, birthday, home address of every single person on this ship. Because I personally asked them to join my crew, and when they say they're done, they get to walk away without a worry. And I take care of my own. And the way that I do that is I have dependability in the people that are on this boat, and I have control of this boat. And it terrified me to the bone to think that there was something I could not control that could impact the safety of the only loved ones I have. And the people on this boat who have loved ones who all they know is that they went off sailing with me. If they know that. And it terrified me even further to think of having to track down next of kin and explain to them that, I'm sorry, the multiverse imploded and took your husband. It freaked me out. And the fact that you are inherently doing the right thing, and like I said, I'm not mad, but I didn't tell you not to tell me. I want to know. But I guess I did tell you not to say anything to me because of all of this. I'm not a magic person. I don't do this. I don't understand what's even going on with me. And now there's something bigger picture. And all I want to do is just keep the people I care about safe. So I came in here and I started breaking things. And Tessa found me before it got too bad. And she helped me fix the stuff in the room. And she told me that she had been... She said she put it together. What you all had... It took me asking. She put it together. She's pretty bright. That this something happened, that you all have been acting weird around her, that something happened with her Raven and Faustus, which we all know, but she said she couldn't get it out of her mind how strange it was. And just questions that you all had been asking, and the way that you look at each other and the space around you. And so we started talking, and I asked her if the multiverse thing was real or if you all were lying to me. Not that I wanted to think you were, but I couldn't wrap my head around it. She confirmed it. Started talking. Not doing anything about it, but I guess she finally told me her story in its full extent. And how much the idea of a multiverse scared her. And she was just telling me about how if she could, she wanted a second chance. And so she asked me, as soon as physically possible, which I told her obviously would be after the mission, not that she didn't suggest it, not that she tried to up and leave. I don't want to paint the wrong picture of her. That's not what happened. But she asked me that with everything going on, she said that there is a family on this boat, and then there is her. And she's starting to feel more and more like she doesn't belong here. And I tried to tell her that's not the case. I mean, obviously it's not. We all care about her, but something has her shook. And she can't get past it. Mm. And so she asked me that as soon as physically possible, if I could drop her as close to Irritage as possible. She said that she doesn't really have anywhere to go or anything left to do, and if she can't stay here, the least she can do is help the refugees out there on the other side of this stupid ass war. Mm. And she asked me not to say anything because she wanted to make it clear that it would be her choice, and she wanted to say it. And I asked her if there was anything I could do to change her mind, and she said he kind of does like a really terrible impression of her voice, like, I'm afraid I'm out of options. So that was what that was
You're
about.
not good at impressions. Don't do that anymore.
Yeah, I know. I heard it when it happened.
Yeah, anyway. Well, I obviously want whatever Tessa wants for herself. I don't want to force her into staying here if that's not something she's comfortable with, but I'm definitely not going to let her think that I don't want her around, because I do. But obviously her own desires are more important than what I want for her.
I think, and I've been here, so maybe I'm just projecting, but looking at her, I think she really doesn't have anything besides this boat. And she's just trying not to drift away. She's trying to do something, give herself a purpose. And I respect that as much as it hurts. So I don't know. I guess this is her next step. If you can't convince her. I mean, I don't want to pressure her, but just a few weeks ago, she was so full of life. And it's like it's just sad.
Well, all it takes is a sudden instant to take the life out of you, so.
That's true. I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier, but she asked me to keep it private, and it was still very heat of the moment.
No, you were talking, I ran away, I fell in the ocean. We haven't had time to talk about this. It's okay. There's so much going on, and I really need to talk to Raven. And you, and everybody.
I can call a meeting if you want.
I mean, I think they've got some things to take care of first, though.
That's right.
I don't want to interrupt that.
Yeah.
What's that face for?
Nothing.
That's Why are you trying to act like I don't know what? No, there's something up, Redbane. What's up?
He kind of, I imagine he's like taking a seat on the bed, and he just kind of pulls you closer a little bit. No, I'm just thinking about how in all of this mess that this is still here. That's
What?
all. Us?
What's? Oh, yeah, no, we're still here even though you made your boat throw me off.
I did not, I don't control the boat with little puppet hands. That's not how this works.
You got upsetty spaghetti, and the boat got upsetty spaghetti too, and then it threw me off as a consequence.
Casper
You know
kind of
I'm
leans.
not wrong.
Casper leans back. I don't think it was me.
So who said, "Hey, look, there's the purple girl sitting on the railing. Let's yeet her into the ocean."
I doubt it was purposeful. But our Tessa is also very adept and in tune with the sea. And she has not been hunky-dory lately. When things with the boat happen, which I do not control, very instinctual, I feel it. It's kind of like tug of war from a long distance. Like you can't see the other end of the rope, but something pulls back.
Renori is intentionally being a brat, by the way, just going like blah blah blah, like
Okay.
like like
Uh-huh.
whatever, dude, like whatever.
Okay. All right. Keep it up.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just saying that, you know, if you're so in tune with the boats, you know, you should have been like aware that I was hanging out in a precarious place.
Do you think I just have like a map that goes like, oh, this is where? No.
Yeah, it's like a little map, and you see everyone's feet and their name next to their feet and where they're walking on the boat. And you know, you're always up to no good. So
right, yeah.
You clearly know all of these things, and I'm just saying that you can make it up to me.
And
does he see us when we're sleeping? Does he know?
He pulls. He does have a red coat. He kind of takes
naughty or nice.
Okay,
so.
well now, all right, now you made it weird. He takes the edge of the blanket that's kind of wrapped around you, pulls you closer. And how would you propose I make it up to you?
Worship me.
Yes. Take me to church. Oh,
you know?
like a dog.
And he kind of, where he's seated on the bed, I imagine like you're still standing and he's sitting. Well, since you asked, and he slides off the edge of the bed and down onto his knees on the floor and looks up at you.
Jake.
What's next?
What do you think?
Okay. Give me 3 words.
I was wondering when we were gonna face black. I was like holding my breath, like
Sarah's
this is
face.
quickly becoming.
I thought doors were gonna start opening and stuff, you know?
I was leaving ample room in case anything was happening. Just in case.
Casper worships Renori.
Okay, yeah, alright. That's I don't know what I expected.
Perfect.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, yeah. I don't know how much more additional information I can provide.
No,
on
we're
that
good. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah. Okay. Speaking
It's
of which,
it's a great way to pass some time
Give it.
until
Oh.
Renori can talk to other people.
that's
Damn,
I
Renori
can't
just
argue
right
with
off
that.
too. This is wild.
That's also true. With that, I think we're gonna go to break because what else would we do with that? I really quickly just want to say thank you to Ginger and Jake for their resubs. I see you, I appreciate you, and also Whiskey on Twitch for the follow. Whoop whoop. We will be right back, but one more time, very quickly. If you are behind on Stormborn's Curse and you're just tuning in with us because we're live, you can find our episodes over on the VOD channel. If you do !VOD, I will be updating the missing videos. I believe we're missing about 2 or 3 episodes now over the weekend. So I apologize that those aren't there now. My Wi-Fi is a little bit yucky, but we will be back with those. Speaking of being back, so will we. See you very soon.
You mean I can't see her again?
That's the way it has to be.
Not in the North Pole any longer.
Are you gonna slay it?
First off, I always slay it, Queen.
And
I'm just coming and I'm coming out. Come.
Yeah?
I love how it's just evolved so like the original song is basically not even
Nope.
accessible at this point.
Anyway.
Dear God. Welcome back.
Anyway, the Killers are so interesting as a band. Anyway.
I can't disagree. Although I witnessed atrocities just now. Welcome back. So, our break last left us with Renori and Casper finally getting to what they had tried to get to like a few episodes ago. And
Which was all in the same day. I
Yep.
just wanted.
Yes, it was. It was.
Time is fake. Time is fake.
It's been Wednesday for a month.
Anyway.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's just say Casper
We
has
had our
now
month of
gone to
Tuesday,
church.
and now we had our...
With that happening in the captain's quarters, I am going to pan over to Faustus because you had said you wanted to talk to Tessa. Are you going to wait for Raven to come back to do that, or are you doing that on your own?
I'm gonna talk to Tessa by myself.
Okay.
All alone. No backup.
Oh God. She is. Ooh, where is she right now? Top deck. Yeah. Okay. So you find her at the back of the boat. And she is just sort of. It looks kind of like yoga, but a little bit different. More akin to like Tai Chi. Eyes are open, just kind of going through the motions in this small corner she's taken for herself near the back of the boat.
Oh, this presents such a great opportunity. Okay, so Faustus is going to approach sort of casually, and he's gonna remove like the sort of like the hooded, like shoulder cape kind of cloak that he carries around with him. And he's just gonna kind of remove that and lay it down, and then he's gonna pull out his two daggers, the one with the ruby hilt. Which I don't know if I've talked about this before, but that dagger is named Fang.
You have
And then he's going
not
to pull
told
out
me
the
that.
other dagger that is black with like a white pearl, and he calls that one Balance. And that is the one that she gave him. And he's just going to start doing like the sort of Tai Chi style forms, but very obviously holding the dagger that she gave him. And he's not going to say anything.
Yeah, I am having emotions. Okay, so you file in next to her, and it takes a second for her to notice your presence. Like, she's kind of not facing you, but she does see you, and then she stops, and sees you doing the motions, and, a small smile comes onto her face, and she continues, but she kind of shifts so she's better facing you. She goes, hi.
Hi. How's it going?
I've been better. You are... Faustus, do you have... Is there a conversation here? You have to forgive me if I'm a bit confused.
Yes. So, I'm not good at expressing myself oftentimes, and I felt badly about how that conversation went. I could tell you were upset. Didn't know how to fix it. I was invisible most of that night. Also, you might have noticed a new sailor joined the crew. That was just me with some magic. I don't like... I don't like talking about how I feel, Tessa. And I didn't say anything then, but I feel like I should now. And I saw you throwing the gifts away. And I felt in that moment, I realized that maybe there was more to the gifts than I thought there was to them. I don't know. I felt like it was the wrong thing to let them go to waste, so I saved them. And he holds the dagger. And I read your note. And I think that I was hasty in what I said the other night. And if that can't be... It certainly can't be taken back, but at the very least I can apologize. And tell you that my door is open?
I hate it here.
I don't know. That's not coming out right either.
Faustus.
I don't think I understood how much you had noticed me. We've sort of flirted around having any sort of sincere conversation about all of this, and I think I got a little bit in my head, and I'm trying to get out of it now. This is me trying.
I appreciate you trying. And yeah, there were more to the gifts. I had probably botched my explanation when I gave them to you, but back where I'm
Don't put that on yourself. This is a lot of this needs to go on me.
No. I was
And
angry.
inside he's like, more goes on me than you know, because there's secrets that I still have to keep.
Yeah, but
So
that's
the
not
multiverse
outdoors.
won't be torn apart.
She kind of just sighs a little bit. I don't know. I don't still know how I feel. I can say I feel relieved. I'm glad to see your face. Thought this would be a lot harder for me than it is, but it doesn't seem to be that way. And one of the only things I really held on to from my home, which I don't have much of it, but gift giving has always been important to us, and to me especially. In our culture, it's something of, if you can give someone something that has beauty but also a practical use or value, so weapons are common, then a piece of you is with them to protect them, whatever. I wasn't so invested in that part. My father, before he passed, was an inventor. And I felt like he was one of the only people who ever really saw me, especially as a person. I have spent my entire life being a pawn, one way or another. And I've never really been able to have anything that's truly mine without it getting taken away, or me ruining it somehow. So I think that part of me that had him for as little as I did always made me want to notice people, because people have so much goodness to offer if you give them the chance, if you choose kindness. And Faustus, you have so much to offer. And you are so kind and genuine, and you have been through hell, but you keep your head up. And I, besides your charm, under it is a good person. My feelings towards you have not changed, and I don't know that they ever will. But Raven specifically said that the two of you were interested in each other monogamously. And as much as I care for you, I cannot do that to her.
I don't want to speak on anyone's behalf, but I think sometimes, and I think I can say this, I think Raven and I have quite a bit in common. I think there's a bond there to be explored. Sometimes when the pressure of a difficult situation arrives, the way we react to it is not always the way that we later think that we would have preferred to react.
Right.
That's very convoluted.
No, I understand what you mean at the core of it.
I'd give it a day or two.
Okay. Okay.
I don't want to make any promises to you. I think that would be unfair. But I want you to know. He almost says that my door is open. But then he's like, that's not working. That's a bad analogy. So he's like, I am happy to know you, and I think that there may be something to be explored. I am a cautious person by nature, and I'm trying to undo some of that a little bit, and I'm flattered that you see someone good in front of you, but I haven't always been, and I have work to do, and a distance to go yet. And for now, all I can say is that I'm open to possibility.
Well, there's a lot of room in possibility, and at least in my book, if you're willing to make the journey, you're going to make it to the end. You understand very quickly who the weak ones and the strong ones are, because the weak ones are the ones who give up. The strong ones wait it out. You have a ways to go, as you said. I think you're already pretty damn far. I'm honored to know you too, Faustus. And her eyes kind of drop to the dagger in your hand. And now that you've actually had it in your hand, you've pulled it out the box, you can see it a little bit better. So this dagger, the hilt of it is not a traditional, just standard, like, metal. It's actually, like, the top of it is, and then kind of resting alongside the metal, this would be hidden in the box when it's sheathed, is like there's two symmetrical coiled snakes that like kind of go outwards against the blade. The blade itself has a sort of filigree etched into it along the length of it. Not that it would throw off the balance, but just sort of decorative. And you see, do you know Elvish? You do now, right?
I do. Because of his study at the Arcane University, that's the languages I picked as common in Elvish.
Okay, so you do see etched into the blade, there's a symbol. Elvish is sort of in the way that Japanese and Chinese also will have like one symbol made up of complex smaller pieces to represent something. You see the symbol of fate, essentially. And then atop it, just a pair of scales. And on each end of the scale, perfectly balanced, are two, like, 6-sided die, and they both have 6. And it's...
Hell yeah.
And so, like, you've been able to see this in the light, like, way before this, and so she gestures to the blade, like, I, made it myself. I hope it suits your needs.
I think it does.
Perfect. That's all I wanted.
Well, I haven't walked through my forms in a while. Do you mind if I stay?
Absolutely, yes. There's plenty of room. Her face drops into her hand momentarily, but when she looks up at you, kind of one eye, you see the smile there. Alright, let's walk through it. And she actually pulls, it's very small. It's like akin to a butter knife, but she pulls kind of off of a sheath lower on her leg, a very thin, flimsy looking dagger, and begins to kind of just go through some basic forms with you and everything. And with the kind of sound of the waves in the background, it's nice. Let's go over to Raven. You make your way down into the sailor's quarters, where you haven't been to your... I don't remember if you have a hammock or a mat. I always forget. I think you had a mat? Question mark? You never sleep in it, so I always forget.
I don't think she actually claimed a spot. It was
I believe you have a box.
It
You
was-
just don't use it.
yeah, so essentially she has a box, she never uses it because she always keeps her things on her person.
Hmm.
Um
Well, the
she
spot is
also
still
never
yours.
claimed a spot, but she was sleeping in a mat. It was just next to Tessa
Okay, yeah.
for
So
like a week or something
yeah,
before the coronation.
so that is yours. When you pick a box, there's like each box is in front of a mat essentially, so it can be easily like accessed and everything. And it's like, oh hey, this is this person's. Especially because of the safety of not being able to be picked. It doesn't really matter if they're all very close together. You can't open it without that person's key anyway. So you find your box rather easily. The mat is still pretty much made crisply, like it hasn't been used, because it hasn't. And you definitely see just like the box, and then kind of hidden, like it's hidden behind the box, a little bit kind of tucked under your blanket. You see like a bit of parchment and twine that's kind of open, and you see the hints of a beautiful shade of blue of something peeking out from under like the blanket, like somebody took the bottom edge to hide whatever this thing is.
So there's the box with the dagger and the music box type thing.
They are the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there's the note. She'll probably look at the dagger and stuff like first.
The note
Not
is
necessarily
inside
opening
the
anything.
yeah, the note's inside the box. So but you can pull the dagger out without opening the box. So you remove the dagger from the box so you can take a better look at it. And this dagger, identical to Faustus's, although you would not know that, it is pretty hefty, and it has a flat metal hilt that in places looks a little bit rough, very clearly hand worked at one point, but still beautiful make. And on the top of this flat hilt, so that it would be hidden by the box when it's sheathed, but visible when the blade is out, you see two, like, there's a two crescent moons poking out, and they kind of just mirror the shape of the blade. So it almost forms like small triangles in the area where these crescents poke off of the blade itself, and then the hilt. The blade is engraved with this gorgeous filigree all the way down, and then you see on the blade, you also know Elvish, or do you not?
Yes, I do.
Okay. In similar
I think
manner.
From the acolyte background, it just made sense to.
We
have
all be knowing Elvish up in here.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm always gonna
Tide.
ask, except to
Tide
Tide.
is the only one who does not know Elvish.
That's unfortunate for him. You see on the blade two symbols. The first, nearer to the blade, is the symbol of Saloon. So it's not the traditional pictorial symbol of like the eyes and the phases of the moon. It's the symbol for Saloon in Elvish, which kind of resembles more like it's almost circular in nature and everything like that. And then above it, you see the symbol for, it's just like protection, essentially, is what this translates to. And it's beautiful blade, and at the very end of the hilt on the pommel is a pearl, and it's set into the metal. So you can add that to inventory. Oh god, the notes. The notes, I'm crying.
There's just now 4. She has so many. Okay. She never uses them. Okay. Then I guess she would open the box because she's looking for this letter that Faustus was talking about.
Okay, so you open the top of the box, which, like I described, it's not octagonal. I'm sorry, it's hexagonal. 6 sides. I forgot my shapes there for a second. So, both of them are. I just goofed earlier. It is this beautiful, dark blue with silver filigree all over it, but for the most part, and it is subtle, it's not like gaudy, looks very hand painted. In places you can see kind of like the wood grain poking through. There are moons everywhere in different phases, and they kind of line up around the ends of the boxes, and then you see just stars. And when you look closely at it, there are real constellations kind of highlighted out of this just sea of stars, where some of the stars are drawn a little bit bigger. And you see planets as well, little specks of red or green or purple just in this sea of stars. There are drawers down the front of it, various small ones, some that pull out long enough to hold a full-size vial, others a little bit more shallow. And you open the top of the box, where it does have a hole where the blade would insert down into it. So you open the top of the box, you see the slot where the blade would go down deeper. And in front of it, as gentle music begins to play, you would... roll me a history check.
So many things are on my desk. Dirty 20.
Nice. Okay. Because of your upbringing in this cult, upbringing is a strong word. Because of the people you were exposed to in the time that you were forced to stay with this cult, a number
Such a
of
long explanation just to be more accurate.
all right. You were exposed to various fragments of elven culture, but these people, if you could call them that, were not super great. And a lot of the things that you witnessed were just kind of fragments that weren't even important to them anymore. But something you did remember, and it was actually not even when you were with the cult. The only reason that you know it is because this knowledge transferred over. But when you were on the run, you happened to stop by a tavern that you needed shelter in, and there was an empty room that you got your way into. But next door, there was a child. And you don't know what happened to him, but you just remember passing by, seeing him crying, and that's not your business. But it stuck with you because the tavern owner, who that one happened to be an elf, began to sing this melody that you're hearing now to this little boy. And it's one of those things that's so oddly specific that it jumps out at you. And it's just like this 2-second fragment of time. But it comes back to you. It's this soothing lullaby. That has a translation, but you're not hearing the words now. It's just the gentle rhythm. And as it plays, you see a maybe about 2-inch tall version of you. Hand painted, and it's this, you would recognize it. It's the white flowy dress that you wore to the coronation. Specifically. And you see yourself kind of in almost a ballet pose. And you watch this tiny little version of you spins and extends out into like a full stretched leg behind, and then you return to just stand as this lullaby plays.
Oh,
So
shit.
the coronation happened in this timeline?
I don't know. Did it?
Did Tessa
Now
choose
I'm
to
going to-
remember?
I'm going to roll to remember this.
Okay. Roll me a wisdom check with disadvantage.
Roll to
Why
remember.
would this? Okay.
Because your feelings are full of turmoil.
Yep, actually.
Oh, I rolled a 16 and then a 17, so 16.
Okay. Total
Just a wisdom.
wisdom check.
Oh, a wisdom is +4.
So dirty
So
20.
yes.
Okay. You do, in this timeline, although the memories of the coronation you attended are fresh, and you have to sift through them, you didn't go to a coronation this time around. There was never even a mention of one.
it for like 5 minutes, Liz.
Yeah? What's up? Yeah, remember when I was like, oh, you know, there's gonna be like stuff's gonna happen if you slide into a new timeline. Y'all were like, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Take your 5 minutes. I'm chilling.
So, was there a different scenario in which Raven wore this dress in this timeline?
Not that you recall.
Okay. Does Raven even read the note, or is she also just sitting here? Like,
The
fuck
note is
happening?
sitting directly in front of the small version of you, and it has your name written in Tessa's handwriting. This curled, almost exaggerated calligraphy for the point of signing your name, but you can see where it's sort of shaky. Like she had to make the effort to copy the letters this way.
Okay, so Raven, who is in a panic, wondering what the fuck is happening, will read the note to see if it gives her any
What
clues.
the fuck is
Going on.
Okay. The note. Raven. I have to say that you are one of the most wonderful people I've ever had the pleasure of encountering. And I don't know if that's something you could ever give yourself credit for, but I am happy to give you that credit. When I first met you, I'll be honest, I was intimidated. I had this huge mission given to me, put on my shoulders by forces that I did not entirely understand. I mean, the gods are beyond us, but I was more intimidated by the idea of getting to know all of you, especially you, than the idea of failing. And for the first time, that was a novel feeling. You are, inside and out, beautiful. And the best comparison that I can paint is when, and now bear with me here, and she writes this in the letter. Bear with me here. When I was young, I used to sneak out of the bounds of my village. I wasn't supposed to, but I would find my way to this grassy knoll where the trees began to thin, and I would just lay there and take in the silence of it all. And I would look up at the stars, and I would count the constellations, and I would think just how wonderful it was that those stars could lead me somewhere new. And so I don't know. And then you see, like she wrote, I don't know, and then there's a bunch of stuff scratched out, and then below it, Raven, I have become thoroughly endeared by you. I like to believe in second chances because for myself, I need to. And in a way, I feel like meeting you, having the opportunity to hold your hands, to hold you, to be near you, to see your smile, to hear you move on from, not move on as in forget, but move on as in start to take steps away from the pain that has encompassed you your entire life, to move towards revenge, to end a chapter, not out of desperation. I am thoroughly in awe of you as a person, and I am all the better for knowing you. If I could, I would simply wipe the cult that's chasing you from the material plane itself, not on the merit of just getting rid of evil people, but also to see you find peace. At the end of the day, that's what I want for you, Raven, is peace. To be safe, to be loved, and to rest. And perhaps this is presumptuous of me, but I like to think I could be that piece for you. And then you see, very similar to Faustus's letter, which you haven't seen, obviously, but you see a bunch of crossed out signatures. You see, eternally yours, scratched. You see, with love, scratched. Sincerely, scratched. And then in, kind of crooked letters, but obviously written to try and draw your attention away from the letter, for that mess, is, Tessa.
Eat it. I had to do it.
I have been waiting to do this.
Grab a spoon and dig in.
I've been waiting to do
Figure
this
out
for
how
weeks.
you react to all this. Because I was ready to not patch things up with Tessa until I read that damn note.
Faustus
So
has had these
heartfelt.
boxes for weeks. So I've been sitting on this for weeks. Now it's your turn.
Now you can sit on it for weeks.
Exactly.
In a sexy way?
If you want to.
How big is the... Never mind.
All right.
Never mind. Oh, no.
All right.
Nope. I'm gonna move swiftly
Jake?
on from that comment.
Look, I realized before I finished the sentence that it was a different kind. It was like a
No.
line that had been crossed, and
No.
I tried to go back
Take
No,
it back
there's
now,
been
y'all.
worse. There's been worse.
2 hops
to the
to
left.
comment.
Take it back now, y'all.
I am going to throw up.
Oh, God.
Raven is
Again.
going to slowly close the note. She is going to put it with the other note that talked about, like, the date and then dreams, question
Mm-hmm.
mark? And then she's going to just put them both side by side and just slip it into her little crossbody bag.
Mm-hmm.
She is going to shove her face into the pillow. Is
Yeah,
there
there's a
pillow
pillow.
on-
There's a pillow.
She's going to scream.
Okay.
There is now purple lip gloss smudges on the surface of this pillow.
You don't use it anyway. It's
And-
fine.
No. And she is going to... If only I had just 15 minutes to absorb all of this. She is going to...
I can come back to you if you want some time to absorb. I'm serious.
No, because I
Time is imaginary. 15 minutes
want
passed.
to pay attention, and I'm not going to be able to think and pay attention.
That's
You've
fair.
been in Discord calls with me.
Yeah.
I can't... Multiple.
It does not happen.
Raven is going to find Renori.
Okay.
That might be a bad idea.
We'll
Renori's
see.
getting worshipped right now.
Yeah. Well, some time has
Okay.
passed. Some time has passed.
No, honestly, Raven will be like, oh wait, they're probably having sex.
Be there.
Do you remember
Listen,
that?
everything with Renori and Casper happened while you and Faustus were talking, and
Yeah,
then there
no,
was
it's
time
been a
after
while.
that. So like, there's been plenty of time for a person to be like, oh yeah, they
No.
probably boinked. Like,
Past tense.
She doesn't know how long this is going to take.
Okay.
Some people like to.
Okay, well, you don't have to give
go
us
for
the talk.
extra credit.
yeah,
know what I
we don't
Yeah.
need the birds and the bees talk.
I would much rather do that.
When a bee and a bird love each other very much.
Okay,
Well,
well, no,
all
now
of-
we're going back to the doors.
All of that to say, Liz, is
When a
that
bee and
like-
a human woman love each other very much.
Oh, that's gonna be it for
the
us
bee
today.
stings the
Like
human
in
woman
Bee-
and
like
rips
in
its
Bee
guts
Movie?
out.
Are we going to B movie
Yeah.
now?
I
what
hope
this is?
not.
Rather go through plot of the B movie than try
Hey,
to.
Sarah, how is Raven processing this? Is Raven gonna go to Renori?
I was
think-
just gonna say that, like, Liz, when we had ended off, like, Renori and Casper, the next thing that Renori was going to do was look for Raven.
Okay,
so
yeah. So we'll probably... I'm gonna
Okay,
just do it from
Raven-
Raven's perspective.
Raven is going to just come to the top deck in this daze of like, fuck is happening? Like, what is actually going on? She is holding her bag in her hands like it's the letter, but she doesn't want to like just be walking around with the letter, so she's awkwardly just holding the bag in her hands, and she is looking for anyone who might be alone. So if she does see
Chad.
Faustus and Tessa together, not Chad.
Okay. Well,
Not
you would
firmly
see
not.
Tessa and Faustus, kind of near the back of the ship together. They look like they're doing some kind of exercise, something, just alongside each other. You see Ripley kind of just leaning off to the side, and you don't see Laurel. You don't see Boomstick. Who else is named on this boat? You don't see Brienne.
To Boomstick.
Well, I know, but I'm just going through everybody. Yeah, Ripley seems like the only named NPC besides, like, Chad, who is by herself at the moment.
Raven wouldn't want to burden Ripley with this type of thing, because of the things that Ripley is going through herself, and she wouldn't instigate any kind of conversation because she doesn't have the capacity mentally to talk about Ripley's problems. And so she's going to then slowly walk towards the captain's quarters. Just like, I want to find Renori.
But not like this.
I'm definitely going to take the note from Casper and knock.
Okay. Yeah.
Captain's quarters door.
Okay.
Thermometer to the side.
Renori, just for the sake of this, let's just say you've been chilling in the captain's quarters for this time.
Yeah.
To make this easier.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, Casper at this point has probably just, he'd probably stay in bed. Probably. Yeah, he's just kind of, like, laying in bed. What are you up to? Not asleep, just, like, chilling.
Yeah, no, Renori would be in her clothes again and, like, poring over the map at the war table, staring very intently at, like, the Queen's area.
The capital of Rydell, which is called Heartland.
There we go.
The Queen's area. That's one for the books.
Yeah.
As you're doing that, there's
not in a sexy way.
There's a knock on the door.
Come in.
Raven.
Is it? It's okay to come in, right?
I wouldn't ask you to come in if it wasn't. What the hell? Who do you think I am?
Raven, please come inside.
May I enter the room?
She thaumaturgies the door. It's very soft this time. It's just like a creak open, and she just steps in, thaumaturgies the door, gently shut.
Hi, Raven.
Hi. For reasons, I need to talk to Renori alone, and I know that this is your quarters.
It's okay.
No, this is
Raven.
my quarters now. These are mine.
Okay.
This is my room.
Raven.
This is my. Don't speak, Casper. It's all right. I can speak for my own room.
I'm speaking for our room because there are
my room.
Multiple people who sleep in here. He stands up.
This is
Raven. He puts a hand on your shoulder. You never have to apologize for that. I'll take my leave.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate you very much.
Yeah. And he makes his way out and closes the door behind him.
You look like you're about to throw up again. Please don't throw up on this map.
I'm not gonna throw up.
Okay. What's
Definitely
wrong?
not on the part of the map that's the Queen's area.
Okay.
I gotta go.
Unless she anyway.
Why? No. I don't want to even. I don't.
So,
No,
Raven, what's wrong?
that was worse. You made a situation worse.
I know.
Okay.
I did it on
I
purpose.
just needed to point it out, because holy
Yeah,
hell.
no, that was an intentional choice.
Reevaluate your decision. Anyway,
But sometimes you have to cause some psychic damage. I don't.
I already was reeling from psychic damage, Kristen. Anyway,
I'm so sorry. I'm so
So-
sorry.
Raven is going to take out the note and be like, this wasn't the important thing. She takes out the box, right? Which I forgot to say that she also grabbed with her, but she did. Just to not, we're gonna retcon shit because I said I can. And she's going to.
Faustus has 1,000,000 gold in his pocket.
Because I said he can.
No,
Time is fake. It's all imaginary.
just this once. Watch yourself.
And she's going to open the box to show Renori, and she's going to be like, when did you see me wear this?
Well, that's what we wore to the coronation.
We have never been to Tessa's homeland in this timeline.
Can I check to see?
Wisdom check with advantage.
Okay, what am I rolling?
Wisdom check with advantage.
That is a. Well, that. 19.
With some thought, you don't recall attending a coronation nor visiting Tessa's homeland. You've gotten bits and pieces of it through this timeline, but you've never physically been yourselves.
Okay, so that's strange. And
Never worn this in front of Tessa. Ever.
then. The only thing I could think of then is that Tessa would have chosen to remember. Because all of us in that room that day, we had the choice to remember or not.
Is deeply confusing for me.
Or, switching timelines is just really fucked and a lot of this isn't gonna make sense. That's also an option.
I mean, I'm just saying that if she remembers.
I am not supposed. Oh, God. This is an ethical dilemma.
Yeah.
Okay, just. I didn't tell you because Casper didn't tell me. Okay? But Tessa knows what's up. I don't know if it was Tessa coming to the. The way Casper explained it is that Tessa came to the same conclusion in the same way that Casper did, because guess what? Tessa's not oblivious. And neither is Casper, and they both picked up on the you-know-what, and the you-know-who, and the you-know-wins, and they both put it together, and what was happening between them when we barged in was Casper was having a meltdown, and Tessa came in and helped mend the stuff he was breaking in the room and also calm him down, and it was a tense conversation, and he asked her if the thing about multiverses and such was real because he couldn't wrap his mind around it, and she said yes, and so, I don't know why you're walking away from me when I'm in the middle of talking to you.
Raven's so stressed, she had to take a laugh.
No, my dog opened my door.
Yeah. I could see Bella causing problems. I love her.
Yeah, chat can't see it, but Maya's causing problems in the background.
Oh no, I see her ears poking out for the side of your head every once in a while. It's pretty great.
Amusing.
Oh, okay. So anyway, I don't know exactly how, but at least now both Tessa and Casper know things. They know that there was another timeline and that things are different. I don't know to the extent in Tessa's case or how, but yeah. And also, she doesn't want to stay on the ship anymore. She doesn't feel like she has any place here. She'll finish out the mission with us because she's not going to abandon that. But definitely looks like she's planning on leaving once all of this is over, unless things change between like now and then. Hey, so also we're going near the Queen's Castle. And I'm just thinking that maybe it would behoove you to think about something else for a minute, or maybe not. You know, you decide.
I love Renori's way of explaining things so much. It's just really great for me.
You know what you're like. You know what? Actually, Raven actually would not have no concept of that, so I'm going to rewind.
All right, all right.
Jake and I are impossible. I'm sorry.
Thanks for the mixtape.
Yeah.
What's up?
No, Jake.
Oh,
I'm going to murder Jake. Flying to Fresno just so I can murder Jake.
Just steel chair.
You see me walk away again. I just opened the door behind you.
You mean a chair? You mean a chair like this one?
Oh God, no. Oh God, no.
Oh my god.
Anyway,
We are disasters.
I will love to talk about that later.
I just thought I'd offer up a distraction because sometimes when like intense emotional things happen, you're like, "Ooh, I need a minute," and like you want to divert your attention. So I'm just trying to help.
No, that actually might be a good idea because what I'm feeling now is a slight anger, and I can't quite pinpoint why. I'm just going to ignore it.
I really hope that anger isn't at me.
No.
Okay.
No. It's
Yeah.
at just anyway. If she remembered, then like.
I mean, listen, she, one, might not have chosen to remember. Two, just had this conversation with Casper earlier, like before I fell off the boat, is when it happened between her and Casper, so there hasn't been a lot of time. So assuming that that's when the revelation did actually happen, then I have no fucking idea why you're wearing, like, the coronation gown in this thing, other than, you know, maybe with the timey-wimey stuff, like when she has existed, she's gotten blips and images of you from the other timeline now that you're here. I don't know.
Things are all.
None of it makes sense.
Sort of wibbly wobbly, timey wimey.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, time is a
to,
weird
like,
soup.
say that
Time.
as Raven, but I was like, I'm not gonna have Raven say a Doctor Who quote.
No.
You're not gonna
oh,
pull a
goodness.
Kristen and have your character quote every pop cultural moment possible.
No, I refuse to. Especially, I don't want to talk about.
No, don't.
I don't want to
You
talk
don't
about.
have to.
Don't.
2014 was a very dark time for me. I'm just going to say.
Super Who luck. Anyway.
Yeah. Anyway. Oh, those are PTSD war flashbacks. I'm
Tumblr.
going to push.
We didn't have to go there. None of us had to go there, and you took me there.
Raven is going to put her things away and just like put both hands on the desk and just be like, "We're going to the Queen's Castle? Isn't that the same queen that wants Casper dead?"
Well, yes. But, and like Renori will point out the lake. So the lake is here, and Tide and I have both identified that this is where one of the stones is. and the
Cool.
lake is right near the palace. Now, the reason why I think it would behoove us to go to the palace, now hear me out. It is for partially selfish reasons, but I do think that it can benefit more than just me. I want to go to ask the queen if she has any idea about what happened to my home. Because if anybody could potentially know, it would be a high authority figure that's aware of a lot of the dealings going on in the land, including rival lands.
This
Secondly, from the get-go, the minute we invited Ripley on this boat, the goal was to free her. And who better to be able to ordain freedom than the queen? And then I have invisibility, so I can just keep casting invisibility on Casper, as long as necessary.
Well, is that a spell you could do stealthily? Without
Well,
the queen possibly noticing?
you know, I haven't thought that far ahead.
It's
But,
why
you
I'm
know,
doing that.
One of those fur muffs that you put your hands in.
Oh my god.
I'll
Wear
bring
a scarf
some.
in front of your mouth.
I'll just bring some bread and put my hands in some bread and
Okay, Caleb Widowcast.
Yeah.
I know that was
calm
like
down,
that
Caleb.
was that was a deep cut. So
Actually,
Does the
you
character actually
you do
say
pretty
the
shallow
bread
cuts
thing?
on the bread. Actually, it's not a very deep cut.
yeah, okay.
Does your character actually say the bread thing?
No.
Okay. I just needed Raven to be
No,
willing
no.
or not.
No. We can figure out a plan, but I think it might be a way for me to get answers, Ripley to get freed, and for us to potentially be able to leverage the work that we're doing, to save the material plane in order to potentially have the Queen's backup in case this Stormborn guy ends up being too much for us to handle. Because, we're kind of doing a really big fucking thing that also benefits the Queen. And, if we have to offer up to, do a quest or two
Renori,
for her or whatever.
Hold on. I have thoughts that are happening, and
Okay.
I just need to concentrate for 2 seconds.
Yep. Renori's just gonna, walk her fingers along the map, do, just entertaining herself while she waits,
Okay. The queen is currently at war, right?
Yes.
Which is why the queen's men.
Well, hold
are
on.
not-
I wasn't gonna tell you, but I am gonna tell you because you would know this. The queen is not at war, actually. Very specifically, the queen has taken a neutral stance in the war.
Then why?
Right, I remember this, yes.
Wait.
The queen is not at war. The neighboring nation of Iritage is at war with Furia on the opposite continent. Rydell just happens to border it.
Then why currently is the Queen's Navy not able to spend resources to try to find Casper? Didn't you say that?
Yes, I did. So they, the Queen's Navy is currently focused on keeping the conflict from touching Rydell's borders, essentially.
Okay.
So that she can actually say she is neutral and not allowing the because they're bordering, so it's the two continents and then the sea that passes in the middle. So there's a lot of spillover in that sea, and it's affecting trade all the way up and then plus on the coast. So she's using her navy to keep that away so that at least her region can continue to function.
Mm-hmm. No, that does make sense. I think that's just where my confusion lies.
Yeah, so it's creating a perimeter to keep it from
exactly. And since even though where you are is the southernmost coast, the perimeter has been much farther out. So when you see Navy, they're usually on the way there, and they don't necessarily pay a lot of attention to the bay at the moment.
I feel like even if I did roll a high history check, Raven would not understand why the Queen has particularly chosen a neutral stance.
It would have to be a high history check if you want to try.
Yeah, my modifier, even if I crit, my modifier is only, it would be a 24 at highest. Would that even do it?
Let's try it not at this angle, but what's your intelligence modifier?
Also a +4.
You can try.
And I try based on like my keen mind and the bit of travels I've had to see if I've overheard anything and all of that.
Renori, you can try with either history, or just straight. I think history is intelligence, so it doesn't matter. But history or straight intelligence. I don't know if you have a proficiency in history. Raven, you do me intelligence.
And this is just a straight roll, no advantage or disadvantage?
Yes.
Got an 18 in total.
Okay. Renori.
Math is, y'all.
Say the numbers out loud.
Okay, so it's an 18 plus a 3.
That's 22? 21. 21. That was a test. You passed.
Okay.
So, don't ask questions. So, Raven, you...
I wasn't gonna ask a question. I was just gonna keep it at judgment.
Okay, good. That, I can do that. You... You're trying to figure out why the queen's neutral in this?
Yeah, like if there's any particular reason why the queen would be neutral.
Okay, so no public statement has necessarily been made besides that Rydell will be neutral in the war. It's just, that was just stated publicly. When you think about it, there's a number of reasons. I mean, Rydell is pretty blocked in by other nations. It's in not a super great physical location and all of this. There's a lot of reasons why they probably, for all accounts, should go to war. It's kind of hard to parse out. A couple of theories come to mind, but nothing, like, super convincing for you. Renori.
Okay.
You... So the two parties at war right now are Irritage, which you don't know super much about, and Furia. Irritage you just know is a desert nation for the most part, but you don't know a lot about it. And then Furia on the opposite continent, which you also don't know super much about. Just what Casper has told you, that the king sucks. General Iron Fist kind of rule. Looking at Rydell, its resources, some of the history that you know, you could take a guess at saying that perhaps Rydell has something at stake that it doesn't want to lose. You could also guess that it has some... It just doesn't want to lose resources in general. You're not super confident on either of those as well, though, but you're able to get a better picture. Like, it would have to probably be something either personal, strategic, or strategic in the terms of, like, resources. Like, it would have to be personal or strategic. Otherwise, there's just... It doesn't make sense. They would win, no matter what side they took.
Okay. Raven is going to start a train of thought. So she's going to go, right now, the queen has very little gauge as to where Casper is. Right?
Because she's busy fending off
the war. So it would be, presumably, harder for her to detect whether or not it would be true if we perhaps returned one of the things Casper has stolen from the queen as proof of his death. And we can use that as leverage to get more information on the queen since she hates Casper.
That's... You scared me.
One stone.
You scared me with
I understand
where you were going, but
somewhere. But yes.
Can you thaumaturgy and like yell for Casper to come here?
Sure, as she does that. I'm not gonna scream. It's very late, and my
Casper, are you here?
Ooh, can the ghost come here? Ooh.
You hear a very loud Jesus from the other side of the door. Because he didn't really...
The other side of the door.
Not from right opposite the door. It's more like the other side of the wall.
Okay.
And after, there's like a solid...
He was just like a sim. You told him to stand there. He's just been
No,
idle.
actually.
Wouldn't he?
Um,
Wouldn't he?
What out of
What garb?
Scheme or Ladaru. There's just this moment of silence, like heavy silence, and then the door creaks open, and he shuffles inside and closes it, and he goes, "Yes."
What's hilarious
Renori's
is that what Raven would have said would have been like, "Hey Casper, can you come back?" So it was just like a chill question. He was like, "What the fuck?"
yeah. Well, I mean, I would imagine that's alarming.
A little.
To just suddenly hear that while by yourself. Renori's gonna like skip over to him and like grab him by the hands and like skip back over and like drag him with her.
Okay. He stumbles forward after you. Goes, "Oh, okay. Hi. Yes."
I had an idea.
Raven had okay. Let's start from the top. Make it drop. That's a
Okay.
great idea.
Yeah.
So we're heading to Panther's Lake. Is that how you say it?
Panther's Lake. So yeah.
Panther's Lake. Okay. But you know, as you know, the Queen is nearby, and I want to make a pit stop there. We kind of started that conversation.
We so did.
And you know, I've been marinating on it more because I've been thinking, okay, if we're gonna do something that risky, we should at least like maximize, you know, our output. So I was thinking, not only could I potentially get information on what happened to my home,
Right.
but we could potentially get Ripley freed from the literal bonds of Bullseye and be able to do whatever Ripley desires, because who has more authority than Bullseye? Probably the Queen. And then also,
Everyone should have freedom based on their own desires.
well, yeah.
I'm
Yes.
agreeing with you.
We want to bring a civil case against Bullseye.
But I have enough money where if she wanted to just join the crew, she could. Like, she could just quit her job. I'm not understanding.
That's
Also,
okay.
I would
No
want
one
to-
ever told Casper about that whatsoever.
Here's the thing. It's not just Ripley. I think that this is something that needs to be a precedent for everybody who works for Bullseye, because I don't know if you ever talked to Ripley about that, but it's just it's all very bad.
Renori gives him the Spark Notes version
Okay.
of the Bullseye situation.
That... Okay,
It's just wage slavery. Just your run-of-the-mill capitalist wage slavery.
Yeah, you know, normal.
Indentured servitude, just chill.
Okay.
And Renori is gonna continue not giving Casper room to talk much. And so we need to come with leverage. And one of those points of leverage is that we're saving the fucking world. And, you know, and in that bring to the Queen, hey, we might end up needing your help kind of towards the end of it, but like, here's proof we're doing what we're saying, we're kind of a big deal. And, you know, also maybe offer up to do a quest or two for the Queen, whatever. But this then comes in with Raven's brilliant idea. Raven.
I was thinking, right? Because
And Raven had a great thought.
okay. So
Take
Queen-
the compliment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
It came off. I hope that it came off as terrifying as Raven. Okay. So the Queen really hates you.
I noticed. Yeah.
Yes. She wants you dead.
Also noticed.
Yes. Just follow me until the end.
Okay.
Okay. It's it's going to sound bad and then it's going to get good.
I really hope it does, because it's already really bad.
Yeah, it's going to start very, very poorly.
Renori squeezes his hands.
So the queen at the moment kind of has no idea where you are because her navy is being used to keep the war at bay. So it would be a lot easier for us to show up to the castle with, say, one of the things that you stole from her, saying, hey, we have information as to the whereabouts of the ghost and would like an audience with the queen so we can tell her that we killed you. She doesn't know that that's a lie. And the thing that you stole would be proof of that. And then that would be like, hey, we did you a favor. Can you help us with the favor? Maybe? Perhaps?
That is by all accounts a genius idea. And Renor's right, you should take more credit for it.
Okay.
But on the other hand, I really don't want to give anything back.
So it's either the queen still wants your head or you're just going to keep a trophy.
I know how
Casper?
it sounds, but I have my head and my stuff right now. Like, I am, by all
Casper?
accounts, chilling. And this is sounding like I will not be chilling and also give up my stuff.
He said one of them, not all of them. I could lie and be like, a fireball blasted it. Oops. This is the only thing we could save.
Casper, think about the shit you've stolen versus what is potentially at stake to gain in return. And might I remind you that what is potentially at stake in order to get information, what we might get out of this is some fucking answers about what happened to my family and home.
I am absolutely not putting that at risk. I'm not saying we can't do this. I'm just saying maybe we need to think of it at a different angle. And the reason I say that, it's not just...
angle?
Hear me out. It's not just because of the stuff. Partly because of stuff, but that's not the major part. Hear me out. I've stolen from her a large number of times, and I know her very well. Returning something that I stole is not gonna be enough to prove to her that I'm dead. She is she's like the most stubborn person on the planet.
Even if I was like, I turned him to ash, should I just...
Then
I sincerely, even if you did, and I know you all can bluff, and you're great at it, but unless she literally saw my head on a platter, I just don't think the risk of capture, not even for me, but for you all, is worth it. You all have stakes on the mainland as well. And me aside, I know the castle well enough where I might be able to get us out in a pinch, but I don't want it to come to that.
what if we also brought your captain's coat covered in blood?
Let me see.
Can Faustus arrive at this point?
Yeah, sure.
Walk up.
The door is shut.
The door's open. The door is open.
Oh, it's open?
Oh,
No,
the door is
Casper...
open.
Never mind. I thought you guys were out on the deck.
No. That's the
That's
captain's
right.
quarters,
He
and
came back in.
Casper...
No, you're good. You're good.
Casper closed the door behind him when he came in. He thinks on it and he goes, maybe.
Blood. There's safe ways of doing that.
I don't want to discount this idea because I really do want you to know, oh, Bella. I really do want you to know it's genius, but the most deadly thing you can do in this situation is to underestimate her, because she will destroy you.
Raven,
All of us.
can you call for Faustus? Because we're missing the sneakiest person. No offense,
No, that's
I'm
fair.
just gonna go get him because thaumaturgying my voice did not go well the first time.
But wouldn't it be so funny?
Yeah. Faustus,
we never get to see Faustus scared.
Faustus,
Faustus, come to the captain's quarters.
this voice booms at just like earth-shattering volume as you are in this
Yeah.
calm
Like when you get
pattern
called
with
to the
Tessa.
principal's
Turn the
office.
volume up to 10 on purpose.
Like the Howler in Harry Potter.
Yes,
Yes.
exactly.
Weasley!
How dare
What
you
is
kill
that?
my hall?
Oh!
Your father's effacing an inquiry here. Walk.
Oh my god.
Well done, everyone.
Yeah, no, that was a great team effort.
Have you heard the trap remix of that? It's very twerkable. Anyway.
Mm-hmm. Anyway.
I log on
What?
here every
I'm
Friday
so
for you to
excited
say
now.
words at
I'll
me.
look it up. I'll look it up later. Thank you. And I'll twerk to it.
Perfect. Faustus.
The door swings open and Faustus is twerking on the other side now. Faustus arrives. He is a little bit like not. He's a little bit dressed down from kind of his usual like hooded, like, mini he's like hooded half cape cloak and all that stuff. So he's kind of dressed down a little bit and he's got two dagger hilts like poking up, and he's kind of like glistening with like sweat because he's been like working out. So he kind of like comes into the room and is just like, yeah.
Renori gives him the Spark Notes version of the conversation that's happened so far.
And is checking Faustus out a little bit.
Because efficiency.
Phil, deeds for me. Why do we think that the queen would know what happened with your people, Renori?
Because at this point, the only we have is someone who is an authority in this land that ideally would have some clue of what's going on and the happenings.
Am I remembering correctly, DM and players,
Mm-hmm.
that at some point there was some sort of insignia or something that Renori had gave her a hint at who might have been
So
responsible?
it was a red lion's crest, right, Liz?
Yes, it was. The roaring head of a lion in red.
Very Gryffindor.
Derogatory.
And that is a symbol of a certain nation or group?
We don't know.
I don't remember if we knew. We don't know.
It
Okay.
was vaguely connected to, possibly connected to Furia, if I remember correctly. But we didn't have a lot of details on that.
That was my one question. Is I had this like piece that I remembered that there was a symbol that was connected to a kingdom,
symbol,
and I was
yeah.
like, it wasn't Rydell, right? Because that
No.
would be a weird thing to go talk to the queen about. Okay.
No, but
That's fair.
also Jake.
What do you want to wait, Sarah, real quick?
Yeah, I was gonna say that you do know that your school was connected to Renori's, and you just hasn't
That's right.
Yes, but only you know that.
that information.
That I was a branch university.
And where did we determine the my school would be located?
I believe it was in Rydell, in the northern part,
Okay.
if I'm not mistaken. If not, it's definitely in Adelanthe. It's one of the two. Brain is soup right now.
I don't want to dissuade us from approaching the queen if that's the route we end up wanting to go, but I do recall that there may have been some connection between your arcane university and my own, and that might be something we explore on the way.
What? What are you talking about?
I went to an arcane university for a bit.
No, I know that, but we didn't go to the same place.
No, but like, when you get up in the upper echelons of magical people, people know each other, and sometimes those schools have connections. Someone might know something. It might be something to try leveraging first. Is just my thought.
That's
I'm
also
just adding my little dice of vegetables to the soup.
That's
So do you think going to go visit your university in Rydell is the ideal path to follow here then? You think you waltzing in that will go well?
I don't intend to waltz in. I have a contact that I might be able to. I have at least one contact with whom I did not burn bridges.
Why? I just am having a really hard time understanding why they would know. Like, my home was completely isolated and separate from everybody else. We lived underground. I thought we were peaceful. Uh, for the majority of my life, I believed the school I was in was actually an orphanage. Um,
Well, Renori, the cult that I was in would have like other like factions of this same cult, but it would sort of they would
Look, I
like
think you've
not
had enough
necessarily visit
experience.
each other, but we would kind of like if it's like if we met each other like in walking down the street, it'd be like, oh snap, like you went to that, I also similar thing. I feel like it's the same in this situation, or at least very similar.
I just
I
don't
think it's
understand
similar.
why I would have how I would not know when I was one of the top students and
Well, for a
Well,
while you didn't know it wasn't an orphanage. It seems like maybe they were keeping things from you.
ouch, but fair point.
I
That's
was
not on
Could
you.
could
It's not
have
on you. They lied
could have
to you.
could have been a little bit softer in your approach there,
I,
buddy, but
I was thinking of a softer. I
Faust.
maybe
Oh,
Right,
Faust.
we
just
should work on
Faust.
that
do I have
a
to
little
say
bit,
things
Faustus.
softer? Does that
Faust
mean
is-
Sometimes
quieter?
it's not what
Gently?
you say, it's the way
Faustus.
you say it, Faustus.
Oh, did I?
Yeah,
you talking out loud again, first of all.
It's an endearing quality.
it is.
It's not.
It is.
You're
It's
kind of
not.
outruled, babe. Sorry.
I'm sorry, Renori. I
Renori
didn't mean to
kicks
be
Casper
blunt.
in the shin.
I didn't mean to
Ow.
be blunt. Let me be a little bit more transparent. I'm not super welcome in Rydell either. I mean, you know, Casper, sort of a thief of the sea, me sort of a thief of the land, a little surf and turf combo. We both go in and we get beheaded. That
Surf
would
and
be-
turf.
That I love that.
I
I love
Wow.
that. That's actually my favorite thing you've ever said to me, dude.
I'm just saying that I think we should take a swing by the university. I recall there being a connection. I had heard when you mentioned your university and your home. It rung a bit familiar, and I think there might be a connection there.
Okay, either way, we've got to stop by Rydell and on our way to Pantheris Lake.
Right.
But we
So
need
I'm
to be
saying
prepared.
maybe we wend a windy path past my university and then the Queen and then up to Pantheris.
Valeria, which is your university, is relatively close to Heartland, which is the capital where the Queen would be located.
Valeria is really close to Heartland, which is where the Queen is located.
The way I did this to Liz 2 sessions ago, Jake, is hilarious.
Really
that you weren't there, and I was doing the exact same thing.
Same
It's
thing.
because our favorite Critical Role cast member is Liam, and he does it all the time.
I
Yes.
know.
Like a couple of little simps.
Yeah, I'm a shrimp.
Hi, Bella. So
She is very confused as to what's happening right now.
you know what? Me too, babe. Me
Aren't we
too.
all?
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
I am also
I
confused,
just-
shaking little Maltese, you know?
I just think that, that does sound like a safer plan, and I think we should start with that, Faustus, but I also think that we need to have some contingencies in place, and also, it just, going to your university, that is just about me. That would be finding out just information on me, and I don't.
They've got some pretty powerful stuff there. I might grab something while I'm there.
This is also well, I actually did want to take you out shopping if we did touch on the mainland. You mentioned that you wanted to go shopping. No?
For a new
Yes.
outfit.
That's right. Yes, I did. I missed the boat on Ripley's last tent.
Yeah, and not
shopping
wanting to
spree.
use Ripley's tent anymore.
Yes, I
Uh,
suppose not.
I
Anyway, that's not a time for right now.
if-
Really,
Go
I
shopping.
was only
the world's safe.
willing. I was only willing to push the thing with the queen because I had figured out a way for it to not just be all about me. And I worry that with this alternative, safer plan, it makes it all about me, and that's wrong.
It isn't,
Well,
though.
I
I mean, I would also like to know who to
Look,
point
it's
my
on the way,
small
and if we
daggers
can
at.
kill multiple birds with fewer stones than there are birds, analogies are not
also
our strong point, are they?
not even a little bit. What I will say is safer path, because it also gives us the chance to get maybe additional information that could help us when we reach the queen. From what I know of her, don't believe she would lie unless she had some kind of stake in it, which is actually a very good indicator, and in itself a hint. So if we do find something, we find something. There's no reason we still can't go to the capital. I'm not thrilled. I am very alive right now, and I would love to stay that way. But I also...
Yeah, that's what I want too.
I'm not
I
saying you don't. I know. I'm not saying you don't, but I also recognize how important this is. And if the queen can be of any aid, although I'm not sure if she would, but if she could, and maybe she'll surprise me, it wouldn't necessarily be unwelcome. I have a few thoughts, a couple of people I might be able to talk to that could give us some resources, maybe a few horses, but most of my contacts are out of sea. As for a plan, though, I have to say the invisibility thing is going to just wear on your resources, because I can't just be invisible at the palace. I'd have to be invisible the entire way northward, and it's just not practical. So what I can do, because I've gotten decent at pretending over the years, take on an alternate identity. I've got a few in my back pocket.
Also am familiar with
Fascinating.
alternative routes that would not necessarily use main roads or pass through any main cities through Rydell.
And we
That would also
do
be
have
helpful.
the benefit of the queen working incredibly hard to keep her space neutral. And so a lot of her resources are diverted that way.
That is also true. This is, if we're going to do this, a great time.
I would say that maybe if we did ring a few bells of, hey, there is a group that is currently on a quest to save the entire material plane, that brings us some leverage on its own.
But we need a name. We can't just be like a group. We need like an identifier.
A name. Do we have a name? Like a team name?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Yeah,
a thing.
like a performance troupe or a traveling party.
No. I've got this.
Or a band of mercenaries.
No, I've got this. Okay? All right.
Is
Nori.
this List or Casper?
This is Casper.
Okay.
Renori's already reacting.
No,
this way,
just
and the
look.
man
Just
hasn't
no.
said anything.
You have to look. if this is gonna work. You have to look. Okay. Come on.
No, I don't want to.
Fine, I'll just ask Raven.
I don't want to.
Raven.
I don't want to. Okay.
Raven.
Okay.
Okay. You look at us, including yourself and Tide. I know he's not here, but including yourself and Tide. What is the first word that pops into your head?
Oh man. This is interesting.
Interesting's a word. Okay. Faustus, you try.
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh man. Faustus,
We're
you
all
try.
hot.
That is true. We are all hot, but
What
hot,
first pops
interesting
into my
people?
mind when I think of us collectively as a group?
yeah.
Based on conversations I've had today, it seems like all of us are very angry.
Angry? That can
Rage?
Okay, rage.
Renori and the Ragers.
No.
We'll workshop that one.
Why is your name the only one
Yeah.
in our team name?
I don't know.
I
would say dysfunctional hopeful, resilient.
What about like revenge, but Raven, and we could be the Ravengers?
I would rather not be at the face of that. So no, thank you.
Casper kind of leans over to you and goes like, "I thought that was pretty good."
I thought
I
that was
mean-
pretty
Two of
good
you
too.
together, I don't like this.
I feel like we all have a bone to pick. Maybe Revengers is a good name.
I do kind of like Revengers. Not gonna lie.
I'm going to vote that Tide needs to be here before we make any decisions.
Okay. We'll workshop it. We'll workshop it.
We'll workshop
We
it,
have-
but it needs to be a top priority before we start.
We have
You
the
know-
entire journey
Well,
to decide on a name up until we walk into the throne room.
Mm-hmm.
But if we want to start like whispering around, like, "Hey, shopkeeper in this random place on the way to the castle, have you heard about the Revengers? They're saving the fucking universe. You should
Whispers
tell
are so
everybody."
loud.
And Husky.
That's the word.
It's a
'cause husky.
hefty
Hey.
whisper.
The Revengers are gonna get you.
Okay.
It slowly devolves so it's Batman.
Where is she?
Where is she? Where are the stones? Swear to me.
I was
Who
born
did
in the
this?
darkness.
Who killed my home? Who did this?
You and
Faustus
I
is
are the
like,
same.
"You merely adopted the dark."
Hey,
You are merely
Hey,
molded
hey.
by it. So
How many Batman villains did we just do? Like,
all of them.
yeah.
All of them. Okay. Putting us back
Is
on
this
track.
channel tagged
Really?
ADHD
Batman?
yet? Have you
I
tagged this?
did I
You did
think
not.
in true me ADHD fashion, I have not tagged my channel as ADHD.
We're an all ADHD, bisexual D&D cast.
I'm actually gonna add that right now because I did not do that because I forgot because ADHD. That's the sweetest irony. Anyway,
Okay. We'll work on the name. We'll work on it, but we need to get it going stat so we can start, spreading the good news about what we're up to.
Oh. I'm just gonna
Um,
have to refrain on any kind of like evangelical analogies
yeah.
for my personal sake. Insanity. But
I didn't realize that it was one until after it was said.
It's okay.
So.
I'm just going to.
Faustus is like,
make
"What's
that
an evangelical?"
yeah.
You know what I mean?
He's from the Church of Mask. They don't preach anything. They just steal stuff, and they're like, "Thanks, bud.
Mhm.
Thanks for the
sometimes-
shadows and darkness."
Sometimes, Faustus, certain cults like to brainwash other people into believing the same things and then shame them when they ask questions.
Isn't that? I mean, isn't that like society though, man?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna have this conversation.
That's why I live on a boat.
Oh my god.
Anyway,
All of a sudden, Faustus
That's
has
just
a,
like your
did
opinion.
a bong
man.
hit.
Yeah, that's just a bong
Yeah.
Is a bong hit a free action?
no, it's a bonus action. So to put us back on track.
Can I then do another bong hit as an action?
Yeah.
Nice.
Amazing.
Dual
Oh my
wielding.
god, 2 bong hits in like a single second is just wild to me. Anyway.
Look,
Been there.
I've got a big mouth, but I'm pretty sure I can't take 2 bong rips at the same time.
Not with that attitude. To put us back on track.
In a sexy way? Anyway.
I am gonna kind of steer us just a little bit through this. So Casper, pointing out the maps, and although you do not have it in front of you, he does have a more zoomed in map of Rydell itself. It's a little smaller.
No, he just picks the map and it goes, it zooms in on it.
God, I wish. That would make my life so much easier.
Ah, yes, the map's made by the wizard Goggle.
Yeah.
Goggle's maps.
Yes.
No, I see that this map is from the brand, Pear.
No.
That's
He's
like
like-
Carly. They already did that. Can't.
Pear is
Banana.
Pear is long dead. The Wizard of Play. actually, is who you're looking for.
At play.
A play.
Yes.
He's not from Faerun.
Is he also the inventor of the Penini?
No, unfortunately, that would be.
You know what
a
sounds like
different
a great
person.
wizard name is Mansana, which is just a poorly pronounced Spanish apple.
Yeah.
I love Miss Anne Droid. She's
Oh.
phenomenal.
Yeah, no, she's a great
only her
scientist.
friends can call her Anne.
Yeah, but when she casts the message spell, it's always a different color. Again. Everybody else
it's she always means to cast blue, but it comes out green, and it's horrible.
Anyway, because we did it again.
Also, the goggle store is just full of apps that will give your
What's an
map
app?
bugs.
And with that,
Okay, anyway.
with that,
Map. I said
no,
map.
it's too late. I've steered us away from this cliff before we go down any further. Casper takes this sort of more focused in map of Rydell and kind of just gives it a little bit more space so you all can see it. And there are a number of roads and everything that look like main carved out roads, but you actually see drawn in a red faded ink, but still visible, separate routes. He goes, "This is yes, Sarah."
Raven, I think, would also want to point out like helpful paths that she's come across if she does recognize any. So she'll like kind of point at stuff like, "Oh, this actually has like a nice, pleasant path that we can take that won't be too taxing." Stuff
Okay.
Like that.
And Faustus will foist himself on the conversation. If we could avoid that town.
Yeah. Okay, so what we'll do then, so Casper just kind of reaches into one of the drawers nearby and pulls out a quill and a small pot of blue ink and just dips the pen in and then starts making notes on this map of things like don't go here and etc., just like little symbols, and draws out routes where you're pointing Raven.
Also chime in with towns. Yeah, Raven will also chime in with towns like, it's not that we can't go here, it's just that it would be less pleasurable.
There's a
Because
lot
you
of like
think-
contradicting notes of like this one's okay, and then it gets crossed out of like no wait actually no.
Yeah, because Raven is very much like, these are my 7 evil exes.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's like very Scott Pilgrim of like, we don't want to go here.
Renori is just gonna add, because she doesn't know like anything about the map really. She's traveled a lot of places, but tons of like in-depth context was never really her concern. She was there to do magical research. But as she's looking at this and they're thinking about all of this, she just goes, so I actually don't know what would happen if the people who killed my home and just obliterated everything knew I was still alive. And that I had escaped that whole situation. I don't know if they even know I am. If they went back, they would have seen the remnants of my necromantic magic and they would know that someone made it out. And also, a lot of my necromancy will give me away, as being connected to that place, that school, since that is what was specialized in there. And so, there's just that variable I need you all to know about, that I have no clue if my identity is going to become a problem along the way or not.
I just remembered the conversation, Dawn, in the past that we have had about why there's a connection. It's because that's where they could do their dirty magic.
Yep.
Their dirty, filthy, hidden magic. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was.
Which Renori just reminded you of by talking about how it was a necromancy school. And
You have made a connection in my mind, Renori, with that. I remember how our schools were connected.
Okay.
This is gonna be hard to hear. It's gonna be a little difficult.
You're getting better at the whole
Yeah, that's good. I appreciate the
Casper gives you a thumbs up.
forewarning. The trigger warning is helpful.
You know how sometimes in a family there's like an uncle that's got a bit of a rap, and you kind of like the family all knows he's there, but they sort of like
Oh
keep him a little
no.
separated from the family so that he doesn't
Um,
tarnish the family's image.
I've never had an uncle, so
Orphan as well.
Look, you know this already, I think, from your experiences. A lot of people that have access to powerful magics are sort of the kind of people. It's kind of like how, you know, how if there's like a business and it's not super well managed, that people who are like assholes will sort of rise up the ranks more quickly just by nature of being more aggressive and assertive. So that's kind of what happens with magic sometimes, and you get these sort of
okay.
assholes at the top of these magical schools, sort of like for example in like governments. You know how like all nobles are assholes except Tessa?
That's
Like, so here's the thing. So like
Casper just
they wanted to keep doing their dirty magics, but they didn't want anybody to know.
Wait. You've got to rewind that a little bit because you said the most important part, the most unintelligible.
So, in order to continue researching magics which were frowned upon by nations of the surface world, the arcane practitioners created a university underground
Necromancy.
to continue research in necromancy.
Necromancy's frowned upon?
I
In
don't know.
some societies,
Renori, it's going to be difficult to hear, but it's also going to end up being a fair point. Your experience with necromancy is so poor at this point that you have changed into wanting to gain experience as a cleric.
Yeah, but I
because
still do my necromancy. I still have that.
there are certain things that now you are kind of I don't think this is a good thing to do though. You have direct experience
That's
with that.
it's sort of one of those things where society probably benefits by it being researched in a general way, but there's also some things that have to be. For example, if you're going to practice necromancy, where are you going to get the dead bodies to practice? You see what I'm saying here? You see where there's potential
people
ethical
always
dilemmas.
die. There are always people dying.
Yes, but not all of those bodies are donated to science unless they are stolen.
We just used the old people who died of natural causes. This is not my point. I don't think necromancy is bad. I think I made a
Neither
bad.
do I.
I think
I
I
mean,
made a bad
they're-
choice and used the wrong type of necromancy. I tried to do something that was extremely out of my skill set, and
I mean, the priests at my cult said that necromancy was toying with things of the infernal, and that's why I thought it was cool. Basically,
I
I think I
anything
love
makes
that
you
explanation.
feel
They told me Dungeons and Dragons was a gateway to Satanism, and I was like, "Booyah!" So
um I just I get the point you're trying to make, Raven, but also if I knew that I had a high enough necromantic skill to be able to redo that moment and not fuck it up the way that I did, there is still part of me that doesn't know if I would not try. I
don't
just
blame
know
you.
I
It's just
just
that
know
there are some people who would be saying that you are messing with things that you shouldn't.
oh
anyway,
yeah,
that's why they
But
might
yes,
know something at my school.
yeah, that's also why people might know me in between here and where we need to go and also where we might end up.
So
Um,
here's what I'm thinking. Here's what I'm thinking. Everybody here is being hunted by somebody except for Tide, who is not currently in the room.
We do all have that in common.
So,
except for Tide.
this
except
is a
for Tide.
troubling thread.
Um,
Yeah.
here's how I propose we handle this. Renori, do you carry anything with you that connects you physically to your school? Any pieces of clothing, jewelry, trinkets, anything that would place you there?
Renori looks at the two books, like, at her waist.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. In general, I think all of us are being hunted on the virtue of appearance, and all of us have also changed in some way, or can. Faustus, you look very different now than you did when you did stuff. Raven, I feel like we can... There are a lot of
I mean,
tieflings.
it's very
and
helpful that I'm not wearing what is essentially a bastardized version of their holy
Exactly.
wear
And there are a lot of
anymore.
tieflings on the continent. Renori, if all you're carrying are books, or don't, like, I feel like that's a pretty big wizard stable. I don't think that would necessarily place you unless somebody were to look at the books. We have a negligible chance here. If
I mean,
anything,
is-
I'm the
Is
biggest
the symbol
factor.
of your school like emblazoned on the cover of your?
No.
No.
Exactly.
I mean,
We have
But
some
it's,
wiggle room here. So
yeah, it's just if they opened it up and boom, necromancy
I-
glyphs, you know.
I feel like you would probably kill somebody before they touch your books anyway.
Depending on the situation, but if killing someone meant putting any of you at risk, then no.
Either way, I feel like we have enough room here where we could progress on to the mainland and be fine without passive suspicion. What I want to say is, let's take the next day or two, gather your stuff. At the minimum, we'll be on land for a week, probably longer than that, between travel time and what we have to do. So gather your things. If you want to change outfits or I don't know, anything along those lines, just prepare yourselves. For me personally, I think the best course of action to keep the Crown's Guard off of us, I have a few pre-made identities I keep in my back pocket. I'll adopt one of them, and that'll be me for the trip. And if anybody starts asking questions, we deal with it in the moment. But it'll be enough to get us to the palace, and maybe your invisibility thing will work then in a more contained environment. Just, we don't have to be different. We just have to we have to blend in enough to avoid keen eyes. That's all. Nobody's going to be looking for us if we look like we belong. And we will. This will also be a good time if you want to take anybody with you. Because I know we usually do that. I personally don't mind one way or the other. We got a lot of people here that are very resourceful. If you want to take anybody with us, now would be the time to ask.
I feel like Ripley is a good person.
Ripley, yeah.
I would feel like Ripley and Tessa. This is Kristen, like, out of character.
Yeah, I also would ask you to decide that out of character now, because I think I'm going to start pointing us in the direction of getting ready to leave.
As we need Tessa to locate the stone at the lake, which is where we are intended to head at the end. That's like the end point. And also, like, I don't know, Renori would vouch for Tessa in the sense that Renori's continuing to try and repair that bond. But also Renori would respect if, like, Faustus or Raven were like, hard no, too awkward. But Renori's input would be Casper, Ripley, Tessa.
For
Raven?
this one, really quick, for this one, because you're going on to land, I'm not going to make you count Casper as one of your three. If you'd like to take one more person, you may.
Okay.
Listen, I do what works, alright? I'm not letting people see the ass for free!
This shouting from beyond the pink void is really great.
If you want to see Kristen's, she does sometimes post it on Twitter. Anyway,
that is true.
That's all I'm gonna say.
This is true.
Just gonna anyway.
That's what I was gonna do. Yeah, there it is.
Raven, at the current state of things, is a hard no. But if there was some way to have a conversation between Raven and Tessa, the answer could potentially change.
Yeah,
But it depends on how that conversation goes.
I will say this. I'm going to start gearing you towards we're getting ready to leave the ship, tying up loose ends. I'm not going to place you on land right away because we're also at the end of, nearing the end of our time for today. So I'm not going to, like, teleport you there, but we are, like, I'm moving us in the direction of we're not in idle time anymore. Like, we're going to start moving towards that goal. So you'll have time to do that. But you'll also still have to decide if you're all taking her or not, because I need to know that as the DM. So, yeah, I know this is like a weird corner to be in, but this is also the natural progression of where we're going, because I need to know which characters are going to be going on land. And we're probably going to end up doing that sometime next session.
It's just that Jake's Twitter link is...
Yeah, it's not right anymore, thank you.
Probably broken.
I'm trying to change it. Ah, I did a wrong thing. Oh my god.
I can fix it.
No. I got it. I just did a thing where I was like, oh, that was a bad. Oh.
Did Kristen cover her camera and then vanish? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It fell off. That's so good.
She put a sticky note on her camera because that's what she does, so you can't see the cake for free. It's
Can I be real? I 100% thought she was just sticking her hand in front of the camera.
So did I the first time it happened.
Yeah, that's also what we thought. This wasn't put in our
the best part is
Best part of
the best part is just that it literally looks like I just disappeared. It was like, oh, no one's here. Okay, anyway.
Classic blanket trick.
Scared
He's
my
gone.
dog.
Oh no.
Like, oh, we have 0 object permanence as people with ADHD and also people with the mental capacity of 2-year-olds at times. It's why peekaboo works for us. Anyway, yeah, so right now, at the present state of things, Raven's a hard no for inviting Tessa along unless they can have a conversation.
I would say for the sake of a little metagaming, but I would say for the sake of, from my end, you are very confident you would have enough time to have that conversation before we went on land. So can we shift that to a maybe?
Because the thing is that now I'm wondering if Raven... I feel like Raven would want to talk to Tessa, so it could be a maybe.
Okay. I'm not asking, like, for you to change your mind. It could still be a hard no, but I'm asking for the sake of, like, should I plan for Tessa? Which, basically.
No. I was just
because, like, if everyone's okay and you're saying maybe, then I'm probably still going to do it whether or not she comes. That's what I'm asking, basically. Who do you intend in a perfect world to take with you?
Yes, I will say maybe, depending on how that conversation goes, because Raven does want to try to talk to Tessa.
Okay.
And so then I would try and speak on Tide's behalf and say maybe Boomstick should get invited along. I'm just trying to... I'm potentially posing based on what I think Chris would say as Tide, because Chris and Tide both like Boomstick a lot in a platonic way and might want to invite Boomstick along since we don't have to count Casper. That opened up another slot which Boomstick could potentially fill.
This is true.
Plus, Boomstick does have a set of skills that is different than everyone else that is coming. So that would be a good choice, I think.
She has a certain set of skills.
She's a certain set of skills.
I will find you.
Yeah, her set of skills is actually she's just Liam Neeson.
Good for her.
Yeah.
Her secret identity isn't being a fire genasi, it's being Liam Neeson.
Yeah, no, that's the secret part. That's what she was going to tell Raven, is that she's Liam Neeson.
Pulls off a Mission Impossible mask and it's literally just Liam Neeson.
Okay, so we're thinking Boomstick, Ripley, Tessa.
Sorry, I just wondered if... I mean, Raven doesn't know this, but I know this. I wonder how long it would take Boomstick to create something that would just continuously cast Disguise Self or polymorph.
Like a
with
hat of
Casper.
disguise.
Yeah.
Or maybe that's something we can pilfer from Faustus's university.
Also possible.
If I'm gonna steal something, I'm gonna steal something that's gonna fuck me up worse than grabbing a magical dark dagger
Well,
and
more-
strands of fate. So
More of we
I
can.
need a third hair color.
Well, we can all
Just
do a
stripe of
little
blue down the middle.
Napoleon.
steal, or we'll send Faustus in with a shopping list.
Yeah, Napoleon ice cream. So pink stripe down the middle. So I have vanilla, strawberry, and chocolate.
Nice.
Boomstick.
Are we role playing anymore? I'm like, my brain is so.
I feel like
broken.
we've slipped out of it. I am asking out of game just so I know how to plan. Before I put us back in. I think that's why we came out of it. Are we thinking Boomstick, Tessa, Raven as our 3? Was there anybody else that you were entertaining swapping one of those people out for? Casper not counted?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think we would bring the other people we would bring would be like Chad or Fishhook or Brienne. Like those are the other named
Or
NPCs.
Laurel.
Or Laurel. I'd be fine with leaving. Faustus is gonna want to leave Laurel behind because the last time they were
Laurel's
together in a
crying
fight,
lot.
she fucked him up real bad. So he's gonna be like just sort of quietly like, Laurel could stay. Laurel could stay behind. She had her adventure that we promised her.
That's true. Yeah.
Yay, fun. Technically, she had it. Even though
Technically,
now
she's having
now it hasn't
adventure,
happened.
hanging out here. She's a part of the family, but
Can
she.
I say something real quick?
Mm-hmm.
So going to Tessa's homeland was the promised adventure for Laurel, right?
Crap, yes.
So if we never went, how have we fulfilled in on that promise in this timeline?
We have.
Well, she did choose to remember.
No, she hasn't. Oh,
She chose to remember.
She chose to remember, but it did not happen. So it's up to you how that's interpreted. You haven't spoken to her since.
It happened. For now, I worry about Laurel in this situation.
I
Me
mean,
too.
some bard spells could be really handy, and
This is also very true.
a lot of enchantment spells.
But I don't. What class is Ripley?
I think some sort of
Barbarian?
fighter class or
Barbarian or fighter of some kind.
Yeah,
think.
we have a lot of.
I don't know.
I don't know. Well, I guess I'm spellcasty. Tessa is spellcasty. I don't know what the fuck Casper is. Raven
nothing.
can't do anything.
Casper's like from what we've seen him do is kind of like a very traditional. It's called like a gish. He's like he casts magic, but he also uses a sword. So it's kind of
And-
like
Yeah. And Tide is magic-y, so we need more people who aren't magic-based, and bards are significantly so.
yeah.
Just
think from a
thinking like
balance
strategically.
of bringing a
trying
team
not to
that brings
die.
different things to the table. We do know this at least. We don't know Ripley's class. We do know she's like strong.
Yeah, and
I mean,
intimidating.
What if Laurel
Stronger than me.
bard from the College of Swords? That might be spicy.
But is she?
No, probably not.
She's all sweet and
Here's what we do
delicate.
know. We do know that she's a bard from the College of Sing a Song that makes Faustus not able to take his turn. And so Faustus is not happy about that.
That's probably her siren capabilities.
Yeah,
but
I know.
Sure.
Or she's also from the school of I feel all of your emotions and it makes me overload.
Yeah, that's.
And that
really-
might not be great given the situations we're about to get ourselves into. Because they might be tense and we need to be sure to like guarantee the people we bring aren't gonna maybe potentially
Right,
crack under the
right.
emotional.
lot
Because our
of-
party is such a collection of level-headed diplomats.
A lot
Shut
of-
up, dude.
A
we
lot
have
of
never
Laurel's
we have never let a
watch.
discussion descend into violence.
We have never fucked up a coronation. Ever. No, and we have
Technically, we haven't.
Technically now.
Technically?
We have never disrespected a queen to her face.
I'm also just thinking of a scenario in which Laurel does come along with us, but is just burning all of her spell slots on casting Calm Emotion on herself.
That's good. That's funny.
So it's just like,
Dude, you know, then they asked that question if you could cast one spell in real life, maybe Calm Emotions would be it. So I could just, like,
Yeah.
that'd be nice.
On myself, literally, all the time.
Okay, so we're thinking Tessa, Ripley, Boomstick.
girl
Squad.
power.
Or are we having
Squad.
second thoughts? Is that it?
That sounds good to me.
Okay.
I mean, there's this asterisk next to Tessa's name, but for all intents and purposes.
Yeah,
You're
I
gonna-
mean, for
you're
the
gonna
sake
hash
of
things
this
right
is not
out.
in game.
Gonna
This
be
is for the
Okay.
sake of me planning.
Yeah.
If Tessa,
This is for our DM's sanity.
exactly. If by some means we all make a 180 and decide Tessa can't go, who would you put in her stead, if anybody? You don't have to. You're not required to take 3 people. You
I
just
wouldn't
have
put
the option.
anybody.
Yeah, I don't think I would take anybody.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to put any of those other people in the line of fire personally.
Okay.
Yeah, Brienne's literally a child. I feel like that would be
A child.
Kind of itty bitty. I was about to say Brienne, and I'm like, wait, she's like a kid.
Yeah, she's literally like 12.
Okay. So Casper.
I want to imagine that Raven is just twiddling with like the white part of Faustus's hair, like distractedly. She's just like,
What are you
this
doing?
now we match.
That's really cute.
That's
Casper
true,
finishes
actually.
walking you all through this in essence. And you know, this is that sort of strategic we're figuring this out part. For the sake of brevity, Tide will receive the Spark Notes version. Casper says he'll see to it himself. So you're all standing in the captain's quarters. We are a little bit over time, but I'm going to let you decide like what directions you're going into right now. You've had this conversation. We have a plan, and there's intent to start moving the ship in that direction. Where are we headed? On the ship. I'm talking about all of you interpersonally.
Feel like Raven wants to try to talk to Faustus, maybe, but that could be saved till the next session because it will probably take a little bit.
Okay. Vernorian.
I think. She would probably sit down on the bed and like pull out one of her spell books. And it's kind of clear that like she's flipping through it in like a reminiscing kind of way and not in like a studying kind of way, and that the conversation that just took place definitely has left her a little off kilter. Her energy and like the mood that she's putting out has shifted to something more somber and conflicted, and she looks pretty visibly like just on her face unhappy as well, because she doesn't hide her emotions very well. So she'd kind of just sit on the bed, kind of brewing and stewing in her moodiness after that whole conversation wrapped up.
Okay. Faustus, did you have intent to do anything else as well?
Not really. I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Faustus kind of got his difficult conversations out of the way.
Yes, he did.
got
Wood
his-
for
He got
Faustus.
he got his emotional house in order before heading into the adventures on land.
You know, he went out of his way and like had great rapport with Casper and learned how to be nicer to Renori. I mean, just Faustus.
This was a Faustus episode. I should have titled this the Faustus
Everybody's
episode.
clapping for Faustus, and he looks around, pulls out his dagger. Just like, he's got it. That's what balance is all about. If he's gonna do nice things, he's also got to stab it.
That's true. Okay.
I do want to stab some stuff, you know?
That might be coming up. Anyway, one more thing before we end the session, because I almost forgot. You all are able to disperse. Renori, you kind of just drift over to the bed and start thumbing through your spell books. Raven and Faustus start to head for the door. But Casper goes, Raven, 1 second. Just hold on. And he starts rummaging below, kind of does, excuse me, kind of shifts your
Raven
legs
will
a
kind of,
little over.
No, so that Faust, she's like, I need to talk to you about something. It's not important, well, it is important, but it's, not about you, I just want to run some things past you, you know what I mean?
She says this to Faustus.
Yes.
Okay, sure. I'll hang out.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then she's gonna go over to Casper.
Okay. He rummages beneath the bed, and Renori just scoots your legs ever so slightly to the side. And
She pretends like she's gonna kick him, but doesn't.
He's like, he just, but sees you're not going to, and just sighs, rolls his eyes. And he turns to...
up as a reflex.
Yeah.
Renori kicks the shit out of him.
He has so many bruises on his
affectionate.
Affectionate.
He turns to face you, Raven, with a flat sort of bundle in his hands. And he unwraps just this kind of ragged cloth and kind of tosses it to the side. And he's holding a short sword in a scabbard. Looks pretty simple. There's a red gem at the hilt. Pretty basic. And he goes, you don't have to take this, but this was my first sword, and I have had it sitting for a while, and it protected me as long as it needed to, and I have this one now. And he pats the rapier at his side. And I know you're sort of in this in-between because you don't have your pact anymore, so if you want it, I mean, I don't know if you... I don't know. I have it, and I thought of you. I don't want to make it weird, sorry.
No, it's so cool. I just have been getting a lot of weapons today.
Take the sword, you'll learn how to use it. Renori says just...
I can teach you how to use it myself if you don't know how to use one, but
I'll take it just in case. But thank you. I do appreciate the sentiment and the gesture behind the gift. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we look out for each other,
I'll make sure to take care of it.
I hope it takes care of you.
Sure, Faustus. Yeah, I'll make sure Faustus does not grab this. Or at least
please.
I'll try.
I'm standing right here.
I am aware.
You're able to make your way out the door then.
I have my own sword. I don't.
In a sexy way? Sorry.
Okay. Okay. Raven and Faustus, you make your way out of the captain's quarters. Renori stays behind. The sun is approaching setting. It's probably getting closer to being proper evening. And the crews are starting to begin to switch shifts as dinner is probably being prepared. Productive day. And with that, we are going to end this episode of Stormborn's Curse. Thank you all so much for hanging out. Very appreciated. This is probably to date my favorite episode. And I'm just really glad that we're here doing this with this amazing crew. I love this group very, very much. So, gonna do my end of stream spiel. First of all, thank you so much for hanging out. If you like Stormborn's Curse, if you like what we do every week, we just have a blast doing it. This is personally my pride and joy. I put a lot of work into writing the campaign and planning it out every week so we can have a fun time here. You can catch up with our previous episodes over on the VOD channel, which Sarah just put in chat. Thank you, Sarah. The most recent episodes are not up, but they will be going up over the weekend. If you like what I do personally, whether you're here for my gaming content, Stormborn's Cursed, or just seeing me around in Twitchverse, and you have a couple dollars you'd like to throw my way, it would be deeply appreciated. I want to thank Ginger for the $5 as well. I saw that. You're amazing. I do what I do for free. I don't get any money from Twitch because they suck. So, if you like what you see, it's always appreciated but never necessary. Another thing as well, you can find me... Yeah, sub off Twitch. I am not going to promote my fan house because I have let it fall behind, and that is on me. But the fan house will eventually, hopefully, pick up. But for now, I'm going to just leave it. It exists, but if you would like to sub off Twitch, for now, the best way to do so is through my Ko-Fi link, which is right there. So, also, if you'd like to follow everybody, my wonderful, amazing group, you can look at everybody's Twitters. Did it! Nice.
Which has been updated.
Yes, thank you, Sarah. You can find everybody's links there and go on and support everybody. I love my players very much. They give me the chance to do this every week and reassure me when I feel like I have failed. And that has more value than I will ever be able to put in words. So, go and support everybody over on their various interweb identities. We will be back. We'll be back next week. But, you can always check my Twitter to see if we will and stay updated. If you like what we do here, spread the word, let your friends know. It's never too late to catch up, and you can join us live and look back, or you can watch and join us live. Always appreciated. We love new friends. With that being said, I think we're all I'm gonna go to bed. I don't know what they're doing. We will see you.
I am not going to bed.
I say I'm gonna go to bed. I always say this every week. I never go to bed.
And then Liz is texting me for 6 hours.
Yes, I do not sleep.
I'm gonna go third wheel with my roommate and his girlfriend.
Oh, have fun, Jake.
Godspeed, Jake.
Fun.
Taking it back to
Godspeed.
school. Taking it back to my life when I was in high school.
Yeah, that's me now. I get
I
you.
wasn't allowed to date. So
We
I just
are-
stayed with all my friends.
Yeah, we are.
Hi, Ryan.
Maybe it's because I wasn't allowed to date or talk to anybody until I was 18 years old. Anyway,
Yeah,
Hey.
that's my trauma to unpack.
we're all holding hands right now.
Okay, anyway, enough.
Thank you so much for watching this episode of Stormborn's Curse, and we will see you next week. Bye.
Bye.